I'm feeling all right, just getting myself situated, and I will be on camera in a second.
Okay.
I hope you all are well. I'm just,
All right, Steve, let's start with a roll call.
Sure, and I'll start with those attending virtually. Ms. Wells,
Here,
Ms. Langallis,
Here.
Mr. Mushak,
Here.
and Mr. Williams. Okay, we have 4 virtually, and in attendance here, Mr. Rowena,
Here.
Ms. Jordan Byron,
present.
Mr. Cantor,
Here.
Ms. Tabachnik,
Here.
and Mr. Schulman.
Here.
Okay,
Okay, just a reminder, because this is a hybrid meeting, if you're joining us as a commission member on Zoom, excuse me, each time you speak, you need to provide your name, please. That apparently is a requirement. All right. We have a number of things on our agenda this evening. Steve, do we have the representatives here? I'd like to first address, because they should go quite quickly, number 4, A and B, that is Department of Public Works, 60 South Smith Street, the 824 referral. Is there someone here from DPW?
I believe that Attorney Toms from the law department is handling that. And she doesn't look surprised, so that's hopefully correct.
That's correct.
All right, let's move this one as quickly as we can.
Okay, so this is relatively straightforward. Good evening. You want me to begin, or do you want to?
Yeah, just introduce yourself.
Okay, my name is Taisha Toms, and I am Assistant Corporation Counsel here, and I will be addressing this matter on 60 South Street. Essentially, this is the DOT acquisition of about 25,000 square feet of property, for which they will be paying about $378,000. They currently have a permanent easement over the area, and they determined that if they took it in fee, that would be better for them. My colleagues and I, after conferring with both DPW and the WPCA, because this is the WPCA parcel, determined that there would be no negative impacts on the property. So we are willing to support DOT's acquisition of the parcel.
Are there any questions?
Yeah, I have a question.
Sure, go ahead.
Yes, will this parcel be used for storage of vehicles?
That I am not aware of. From what I was told, this is for the footbridge construction project that will be taking place in that area, and that they are going to be that they need it for maintenance of the project. I am not aware as to whether or not it would be for staging of the project and setting up. I can't answer that.
Thank you.
Excuse me, this is Mike Mushak here. Taisha, I just want to clarify for the record, it's called the Walk Bridge, but it's not a footbridge. It's actually the shortened name for Norwalk for the train bridge.
Okay.
And I'm sure that when you were reading it, it looks, a lot of people make that mistake. So you're in a lot of company, but it's not a footbridge. It's the actual main train line between Boston and DC that they're replacing it's just called the Walk Bridge, but I can't tell you how many people make that mistake. So anyway, just wanted to make sure that was clear.
Thanks for the clarification, Mike. Is there a motion to approve?
Galen Wells, I'll make a motion to approve.
Okay.
Tammy Langallis, I'll second.
Okay, Galen has moved and Tammy has seconded. Are there any further questions? All right, then all those in favor, Steve, we'll need to do this by a poll. Again, a hybrid meeting.
Sure, I'll do the same format as
Okay.
previous. Ms. Langallis,
Approve.
Ms. Wells,
Approved.
Mr. Mushak,
Yes,
Mr. Williams,
Yes.
Mr. Rowena,
Yes.
Ms. Jordan Byron,
Yes.
Ms. Tabachnik,
Yes.
Mr. Cantor,
Yes.
and Mr. Schulman.
Yes.
Okay, it's unanimous.
Okay. Item number 2, 2023-16R, Department of Transportation, Mobility and Parking. That's TMP, which is the way we refer to them. The zoning regulation text amendment regarding right-of-way expansions. This is a preliminary review. And who is going to make the presentation this evening?
Good evening. My name is Matt Sapienza. I'm from Assistant Corporation Counsel in the Law Department.
Please, go ahead.
Thank you, Chairman. The Department of Transportation, Mobility and Parking is seeking to expand various sidewalks and streets throughout the city. Potentially, at least at this point, theoretical concern is that if in certain cases in certain situations, they need to maybe take or acquire a sliver of a adjacent property. The concern was that in some situations, they just wanted to make sure that they didn't cause those parcels to have zoning violations after they took, whether it's a foot or even 6 inches. At least in this point, there was some theoretical concern that even if they took 6 inches or a foot, that could maybe cause the remaining property to have zoning violations. So we looked at what some other towns did, so one of the methods to reduce that concern is to enact a zoning regulation like the one we're proposing today, which helps exempt certain parcels when a sliver is taken by the city from some zoning violations.
Matt, normally, I would say we're in the midst of approving a whole new set of zoning regulations. Obviously, you want this done before that occurs. Is there a particular reason or some urgency to doing it now?
I think coordination of the departments. I mean, I think that it's something they've discussed over the past month or two, but until there's a definitive date that these new regulations are enacted, this is kind of a much smaller issue that I think maybe there was some hesitancy to wait on an undefined date when this is an issue they felt they need, regardless of whether what happens with the new zoning regulations and when that happens.
Okay. Are there any other questions for Attorney Sapienza? If not, Steve, I assume TMP is looking to set a date for a hearing on this?
Correct. So we'd have to refer the matter out because it would probably have to go to Westcott as well as the surrounding communities. So
Right.
There's the statutory timeframes we have. Is it too low? Is that better? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So it'd have to go out to, I believe, Westcott as well as our surrounding communities. So we'll get that out this week and start the clock. So whenever that is available, we'll coordinate with them.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, I think that's it. I think now we're going to move back to the public hearing we've been discussing now for our last 2 meetings. So this is a continuation of the hearing opened on March 2nd. It's 2022-24 SP/CAM Mill Pond Holdings LLC, 1 Cemetery Street, District 3, Block 42, Lot 27, construction of a 77-unit mixed-use development within 2 buildings, 98 parking spaces, and other on and off-site improvements. We closed out the public participation part of this hearing at our last meeting. We'll now move to the response by the developer. And I believe that Attorney Blank, you'll be the beginning presenter.
Yes, sir. Adam Blank for the applicant, live here in Norwalk. So we really appreciate all the time that you guys have spent on this application, and we're going to try to move through it as expeditiously as we can on the rebuttal. But there was quite a bit of public comment over a number of days. So bear with us as we are going to try to attempt to address all of those. I'm going to give a little intro, and then we'll run through some slides, and as appropriate, we'll have the various other folks on the team present to answer some of the questions that were raised by the public. You heard some comments in support of the project, and certainly some residents opposing the project, and I think we ought to start with what the obvious is, which is really the vast majority of the opposition. I mean, you could say that it was about this project, but it wasn't about the project. It's about the zoning. They're unhappy with the zoning. They're unhappy with the East Norwalk Village TOD regulations, and that's what the primary gripe is that folks that didn't like the zone change came out to oppose the project. I think it's a valid viewpoint to say, I don't want development in East Norwalk. I don't want East Avenue and Cemetery and Van Zant to change. I want to keep things as is. And that's not my opinion, but that's fine if that's an opinion. But what's in front of you isn't a request for a zone change. It's not a request for a variance. We're asking you to sort of fairly apply the existing East Norwalk Village TOD regs to this application, and the application fully complies with the existing regulations. I think if neighbors want to prevent development in East Norwalk, if they want different zoning regulations, or if you folks want different regulations or have concerns about the village TOD regs, then the way to deal with that is to have a zone change. And in fact, in a week or so, you'll be releasing the draft, or beginning the release of the draft new overhaul regs, which is of course a perfect opportunity if you have concerns, or if the public has concerns about the zoning regulations, to deal with it and to grapple with it and to make any changes that might be necessary. And I'm not suggesting that substantial changes are necessary. I'm just saying that's the way to deal with it, not through a denial of an application that complies with the regs. And so I think most of the opposition was really about the regs themselves. There was some misinformation out there about there being hundreds of cars being put on East Avenue at 95. We'll show you in a few minutes how the real numbers, probably like one car every 15 minutes. You even have had this intervener complaint with ENNA swearing under oath that this project is going to cause unreasonable pollution, impairment, or destruction of the public trust in air, water, and other natural resources. But you didn't hear it. No, there was no evidence. There was not one scintilla of evidence of any of that. There are claims that it might or it could, but there was absolutely no evidence that this project is going to cause unreasonable pollution or impair or destroy natural resources. And additionally, it just as the last sort of part, I just want to say, over the last 15 years or so, I've paid pretty careful attention to the projects that have come through you folks and that have been built here in Norwalk. And many of you have been around for quite some time paying attention as well. And I think it'd be hard to argue that this isn't the most attractive multifamily development that has come in front of the Zoning Commission in the last 15 years. It's a great project architecturally, it really is. And when you couple that with all of the infrastructure improvements, all of the improvements that are going to be made on the Cemetery Street and at the site to make it a more neighborhood feel, make it safer, pedestrian friendly, bicycle friendly. I do think that it's a great project, and that's not to take anything away from the folks that just don't want to have development. That may be, but again, this is a great project that complies with the regulations. So with that, we'll turn to the PowerPoint that we've got in front of you. I just want to run through, if we can look at the on the next slide, I think. So this is the scale it back, right? So prior to you enacting the East Norwalk Village TOD regs, the bulk of East Avenue up to our site and down Van Zant was neighborhood business. That was the zoning for neighborhood business. And then if we look at the next slide, in the neighborhood business side, it's a little blurry, but you can build 2.5 stories, 35 feet, 1650 square feet per lot area per dwelling unit. So that was the old, right? And that didn't spur economic development. It didn't get East Avenue cleaned up, kind of left the neighborhood stagnant. The East Norwalk Village TOD study happened and the zoning was passed. And this is the map, I'll call it the gray sort of properties on here with the gray, yeah, all of those, that's your East Norwalk Village TOD zoning. And what you'll notice about that is that it's very limited in area. It's entirely East Avenue, a little bit there down Van Zant, and then around the cemetery circle. And of course, what that means is that every single project that you see within this zone, where are the cars coming and going from that project going to be? They're going to be on East Avenue, on Gregory, on Cemetery, and Van Zant. It's not like we're the outlier that's going to be having traffic on Gregory or having cars using East Avenue. That's what this zone is. That every project is East Avenue. So if we go to I think the next slide, in this zone, you've got your 2.5 stories and 35 feet is the maximum, and 3.5, 45 feet by special permit. 2.5 and 35 is the minimum for height, with 1650 for your lot area per unit and 825 by special permit. So if you look at what the 1650 for lot area and the 2.5 and 35 feet, that was the business, the neighborhood business. That was the prior zoning that didn't spur the development that was wanted. So when this zone was created, you increased it. Now, again, it's by special permit, but you increased the height, the stories, and the density to spur that development. That was the whole point of this. Scale it back. What that's really saying is go back to neighborhood business. We don't like the zoning. That's what scale it back is. But notwithstanding that, under this zoning, we can do 87 units. We did scale it back from 87. We scaled it back to 77. Now, that's not going to be enough for everyone for sure, but that is a scale down. We're not seeking a variance. We're not asking for rules to be changed. We're not asking for any special benefits. The amenity point calculation, in order to be entitled to the bonus density and the extra story and the height, you need 20 points under your regulations. We've got 35. We'll scale through them quickly, but we've got 35, almost double what's actually required. There were comments that the amenities that were being offered and the points that were being claimed shouldn't be awarded. I mean, you have a schedule that says that they should, but to the extent that there's discretion in it, I mean, it was reviewed. Those points were reviewed by your peer review architect, who confirmed that the development as proposed, that we are providing sufficient amenity points for the density and height sought, and that those should be awarded. And subsequent to that review, and at our initial presentation, we in fact agreed to provide some additional points, which I believe are proposed as conditions of approval on this application. So we've got those density points. In addition, the reg actually says there's a schedule for the amenity points, but the reg then says if and these we can, yeah, Matt, if you just scroll, we can just quickly scroll through, but these are the amenity points that we've gone through with you before. I won't do it now. Again, showing you all of the points that are calculated and allowed. That comes to 35 provided versus the 20 that were required. The regs say if an applicant proposes an amenity which is similar to and in keeping with the intent of the regs, the commission may allow that amenity in addition to the other amenities in this section. So in other words, if we provide other amenities or other benefits besides those that we're seeking that are specifically identified in your point schedule, you can provide additional points for those amenities. And in fact, in this case, we're providing sidewalks, bike lanes, crosswalks, and substantial roadway improvements, additional on-street parking, all of those things that we're providing at our cost. We've not even asked for amenity points for those benefits, which of course, I believe you are entitled to find that those warrant the award of amenity points as well under that reg that I just read to you. So, again, these points show that we by far exceed the minimum points needed for the extra floor height and density that's required. We're also providing, as you know, 7 workforce units, which are very much in demand in Norwalk, and that does include a 3-bedroom workforce unit. And this project will be well within the scale for this neighborhood and what is desired to be for this neighborhood. And by that, I mean the East Norwalk TOD area. I think if we can have Colin Grothier go through a little bit on the on that point.
Yeah, thank you, Adam. Commissioners, Colin Grothier, Byfield Architecture, Senior Associate. Thank you again for having us. Just going to Adam's point, I've got a few slides talking about the project evolution and the scale of the buildings in the neighborhood and just the scale of New England villages in general. So I'll start with the project evolution. I got to share my screen. Okay, can everybody see that? Yes, wonderful, thank you. So looking at the project evolution, this is pretty much where we started, kind of roughly pre-submission. And then I think at our first submission, we actually went to this vocabulary. So that was a pretty drastic change from this more monolithic expression, less varied composition to a much more varied palette. And then from there, once we started talking with the architectural peer reviewer, we improved that and actually reduced the scale on the building in the middle that we call the mansion, and refined some of the detailing to really bring down the Cemetery Street scale and provide more variety in the shop fronts and depth of the facades. And we feel that was a really worthwhile exercise. This slide shows kind of where we were in our initial go right before we submitted, and then the bottom shows how the roof lines have come down and just become much more varied, and there's less of a straight line across the top, much more variation in height and apparent scale of the buildings. And then you can also see in the back that we took some reduction by messing around with the roof lines and the gambrel on the this piece right here. So this massing changed considerably from this, where it was much more, much more of a monolithic facade, and now it's been broken down into several tiers, really bringing down the scale of that building and its visual appearance. So then, looking at some of the other buildings in the neighborhood, I went through and I did a quick survey. We've got the 11 Rogers Street building. This is a 3-story building, very prominent. It's about a 1,600 square foot footprint. If we were to place that on our site, that's what it would look like. So a pretty large building occupying most of the site. This is 16 Fitch Street. I took this because it's an L shape. This is about 13,000 square foot footprint. If we were to put that on the site, very similar in massing to most of the building that we're proposing. It's missing a little bit of the T towards the public easement in this area, but it's very similar in shape. This is 30 Winfield Street, again, right around the corner. This is a 2- or 3-story building, about 22,000 square feet in footprint. If we were to put that on the site, that's what that would look like. 31 Winfield Street, part of the same company. Again, this is very similar in scale in terms of the length of our actual facade. And also in terms of the height being 3 stories, this would be probably very similar to the Market Building on the corner of East Avenue. This is the 60 Gregory Boulevard, the Marvin. It's 25,000 square foot footprint. If we laid that on the site, I think that's, again, this is similar in the configuration that we're talking about. This is 153 East Avenue. The reason I'm showing this is that this building presents at 3 stories on East Avenue, yet on the parking side, it's 2 stories. So it's an indication of where sometimes a grade change is accommodated and a building does look larger from one side than the other. That doesn't necessarily mean it's oversized. That just means that they're dealing with topographical constraints. This one is Tower Optical. I don't know if any of you know that. This is adjacent to Mill Pond, just down East Avenue. In the adjacent building, I took these because, again, this shows 2 buildings that appear 2.5 stories at the street, yet in back they are clearly 3.5 stories. So just another example of how grade change, affects buildings, and we need to deal with that. Not everything can be flat. We also have some examples of public space over parking lots. It was the open space has been questioned. This is the Magic 5 Pie Company at 230 East Avenue. This public plaza is available for people to walk around in and dine during the summer months. It's about 3,000 square feet. It is in fact over a parking structure. Most people probably don't know that. There's a parking garage below there, and during the summer it's quite lively. This is at the Welk in Saugatuck. This is just an example of another approximately 4,200 square foot plaza that's very similar. That's also on top of a parking garage and gets activated during the summer. Also took a tour of laser pointer. Took a tour of New England and Long Island Sound villages, looking for commonalities to our project. So regardless of what you call it, the cemetery is essentially the center of the East Norwalk Village. Whether it's a green, whether it's a cemetery, whether it's a public space, this is a public square, and where the center of the village is. You've got your former school in the Rogers Building. You've got several churches. You've got neighborhood amenities for shopping, and the bank, and on the site that we're proposing to develop. So you often see on-street parking, buildings close to the street, sidewalks and street trees, varied facades. Typical massing throughout New England, 2.5 to 3.5 stories is typical, sometimes higher. And then often buildings get higher when you're dealing with grade changes. Just going to do a quick walkthrough here. Mystic, Connecticut, we've got 3 stories, very typical, or tall 2 stories. This is Stonington, again, buildings very close to the street, on-street parking, 2.5 to 3 stories. Northport, New York, again, seeing the same thing over and over again. I'll just kind of flip through a lot of these. We've got Sag Harbor, New York on Eastern Long Island, South Kingstown, Rhode Island, we've got Newport, Nantucket. We've got 3-story buildings interspersed with 2.5-story buildings. So it all makes a very lively street composition. This is Falmouth, got Edgartown. The building on the right is pretty clearly 2.5, almost 3 stories. This one here, also in Edgartown, this is showing the grade change, where as you go from the left to the right side of the image, the building is coming out of the ground, and they're making use of that additional story that walks out onto grade just because of the way the village happens naturally. Some more scenes from Edgartown. This is Gloucester. Again, we're seeing that grade change and the brick building in the foreground. So that's pretty tall stories as well. So I imagine that's probably close in height, if not taller than the Italianate that we're proposing, and that fits right in with the streetscape there. We've got Oak Bluffs, Plymouth, Tisbury, Bath, Maine. Again, this is another example of where the grade change is happening, and the first story is holding that height as the grade drops away. Got that also happening in Belfast. And I think that's it for the visual examples. So I'll yield back to Matt or Adam.
Thanks. And Matt, can you pull up the our next slide? And so with
Well,
respect, to
while you're pausing here, I just want to point out to the commissioners that if you have any questions, please go right ahead and ask them, even during this presentation. It's perfectly appropriate.
sure. So, and as we're dealing sort of this first part on the scope.
Sorry, I have a question. So this is for Mr. Grothier. I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing that right.
No
So
problem.
Those pictures that you showed us, from what I saw, it looked like most of them were sort of a mix of 2.5 to 3 stories with retail on the ground floor. And this is 3.5 stories with retail just on the corners. Am I right?
Correct. So that's mixed, but I think what we're doing there and part of what that's trying to show is just the variety in the facades. And I think that if you look at the facades that we've developed, let me throw that back up if I can I override you, Matt, for a second? If you look at the facades that we've achieved here, we've got a variety of facades, and even if they're not all mercantile, we've attempted to pay homage to these coastal villages and really create that variety in the streetscape that you get when you're in those places. So, the market building on the right-hand side is, a particular scale and vocabulary. And then as the grade drops away, we've got the Three Sisters that people might laugh about, but they are, 3 distinctly different buildings with different feels to them. The large front porch on the central one really, creates an outdoor space that is visually interesting and useful to the occupant inside the building. We've kind of got a Nantucket stoop in this one. The mansion has a porticoed entry, and then the Italianate kind of has a simulated retail facade, and that's the entrance to the leasing office and the resident amenity space on the first floor there. So really trying to engage both ends of the building with relatively active uses. The middle, even though it's passive, still does have those doors. So still see those as being potentially active with residents coming and going, or at least sitting outside from time to time and engaging with the street. And even if there's nobody there, a streetscape such as this, at the very least, gives the illusion of liveliness. It's like you walk down streets in Nantucket or other places like on the Vineyard where they're tight little streets there, residential streets. It's like you feel like you're a place and you're part of the environment. So that's part of providing the engaging streetscape.
Excuse me, this is Tammy Langalis. Could you please repeat the doors that are in the for lack of a better term, the gray building and the one that you call the Nantucket style, and then the brick looking one? Are the residents of the apartment building actually able to go in through those doors?
That's correct. Yeah, we've anticipate that we'd provide entry to this door would service 2 units. This is a direct entry door. That's a door to a porch with some stairs, and then that's also a direct entry door. So
it's sort of into the hallway, if you will, not into somebody's individual apartment.
No, this one is shared. At the moment, we're showing that as a shared entry, but these ones are direct entry. So they'd have access to the internal corridor in the building, and then they'd also have direct access to the outside. There's a similar a project over by what's the pizza place, Colony, I believe. Down the street there's a loft building. I can't remember the name of it, but that's got exterior stoops that come right out to grade from the individual dwelling units. So similar concept to that.
And I just want to make sure while we're still there, that tunnel does go from the mercantile building. It's a tunnel that goes back to the patio area of
correct.
the building.
It's a covered walkway that comes off of Cemetery Street and would lead straight back to that public courtyard.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Colin, before we move on, I would point out that kind of most of these facades read as 3 stories. And building B all the way to the left is actually 2.5. And most of them are kind of, just under 40 feet in height from average grade. And the minimum height, as Adam pointed out, is 35 feet. So there's not much room to kind of scale it back much further than what we've already done and still meet the regulation requirements.
Go ahead.
Okay. So I understand that there's retail on two corners, and you said that there is a retail space for the realtor and the, I don't know, amenities for the residences in the Italianate. Is that considered one of the two corner retail spaces? Or is there also retail in building B?
No, we've got, at the moment, the proposal is for about, I think it's about 3,000 square feet of retail on the ground floor of the market building, corner of East Ave and Cemetery. This is the leasing office, which is essentially the resident, entry and facilities. And then there's commercial space. Currently, it's shown as office, a small office in the first floor of the building B.
So in terms of retail that the public would access for things that they might access walking down the street in Mystic, we're really talking about the one on the corner of East Ave.
Yeah, and that's really, we saw that as the extension of the business district. And, you can wander down Cemetery Street, but the office use seemed a little bit more appropriate for the isolated building, since there's not a complete retail loop at this time, and they're larger. The church and the large senior housing project kind of leave a large void on that side of the street anyway. So to taper it off at the terminus of East Avenue really seemed like the appropriate move.
Correct. And to transition to more residential neighborhood to the south.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll yield if there's no more questions on my slides at the moment.
Matt, you want to pull that back up when you can?
Yep.
So with respect to the height and the scope, again, this is from the city's third-party design review, that development fully embraces the scale and aesthetic zoning envisions as being appropriate for this location. It'll have the salutary effect of making the cemetery feel more framed and more of a spatially unifying feature. It complies with the EVTC bulk and height standards. It well meets the guidelines, requirements, and intent, fully meets both the letter and the intent of the design guidelines. It is recommended that this project be approved. And I think that sort of speaks volumes for the project and the scale of the project with respect to what's actually written in your regulations. Next slide. And just to give you some perspective, we talked about the height a bit. On Fenwick, the closest properties to us right there on Fenwick have a maximum of 38 feet to peak. And because of the grade, they're at 10 feet and they're 5 foot above where our grade is at the low point there, which essentially tells you that if you built your house on the end of Fenwick there, it would easily appear to be the same or even higher than our structure. So it is certainly within scale of that, and obviously it's within the same scale of all of the East Norwalk Village TOD zone, which is the remainder of the properties next to us. Next. Again, 87 units allowed. We've dropped it down to 77, 11.5% less than permissible. Next. The benefits, right? That was a lot of the questions are about, well, what is this doing for me? How does this project, what is this project good for the public? There's waterfront access. We're creating a pocket park. This road diet and right-of-way safety improvements, improve pedestrian experience, crosswalks, landscape sidewalks, improve lighting, that active ground floor use, dedicated bicycle lane, and the on-street parking spaces, all of that sort of pending final review from DOT and TMP. Next slide with the benefits. Again, people asked about the taxes and revenue, and again, it's not directly relevant for zoning, but we've included it anyway. We're anticipating about $300,000 of taxes above what's currently being paid on the property. There's no abatements, there's no incentives. The permit fees of 500,000, 7 workforce units, $100,000 contribution to the workforce housing fund, estimated offsite improvement costs plus the easement value of about 750,000, with 25 permanent jobs and 50 construction jobs created as a result of this project. Questions, there was comments about, well, you need to delay this until you have final approval from DOT. From the Norwalk Corporation Counsel's office, which is a correct statement of the law, is that DOT waits for zoning approval, not the other way around, with the case site and the statute. And that is the way that it works in practice and under the law. We have pushed to try to get DOT approval, and we have actually just since last week, we have heard back from a DOT receiving a preliminary approval for both of those roadway options that we discussed with you in the original presentation, with them expressing a preference for alternative 2 and indicating that their final approval won't come until after they do a further review post your approval. So the DOT, you have to act first, then DOT acts. That's just the way that it works, unfortunately. Next slide.
Could you just review quickly what option 2 was?
Yeah, and maybe Mike, I'll let Mike Galante, I'm sorry, Greg Del Rio. They're not all interchangeable, but Greg, can you, I don't know if Matt, if you're able to pull back up that slide from the original presentation.
I have it if you need it.
I can pull it up.
In the meantime, Greg Del Rio, professional engineer in the state of Connecticut, traffic engineer for Hardesty and Hanover. So there were 2 alternatives developed. Slide up 1 slide to alternative 1, which was the original concept that we came up with, and we're focusing to the right where opposite our driveway where the 26 and 20 arrows are, right where he was just highlighting, because the existing triangle would block the access. It would have forced everybody to make a right and down Gregory Boulevard to the south if we didn't make modifications to the triangle. So we were trying to, blend everything in with the improvements on Cemetery Street as well as our access location. So this was the concept that we came up with. It's, operationally very similar to existing conditions. Again, it just has some of these traffic calming elements that I won't, go into detail with. These were shared with Connecticut DOT as well as the city and TMP. Connecticut DOT reviewed this one. Before we submitted, you can flip to alternative 2 on the next slide. And this one just pushes the intersection a little further to the east, towards Gregory Boulevard and towards the church, making Cemetery Street a little bit longer. And instead of coming in and out of our driveway to the intersection, you would then make a right and then blend into the traffic before joining Gregory Boulevard. So, slight differences and pros and cons to both. They were both forwarded to Connecticut DOT. We just received this week notification that both alternatives are acceptable to them. Basically now we have that approval. We'll continue to coordinate. There's always tweaks to designs that need to be made, but they were comfortable with both of these.
Excuse me, was the idea, the street parking on Cemetery, was that part of what Norwalk or the state was envisioning as improvements to that, or was that added as part of this application? I know you don't need the parking to meet the requirements, but I'm just curious how that works.
Yeah, that was proposed in our original development proposal. That was not added on later per the city or the state. And it was reacting to several things. You know, the POCD and the East Norwalk Neighborhood TOD study did identify, you know, on-street parking to help mitigate some of the existing issues. And we do have some retail, so we just felt it was, you know, it kind of helps everybody and can be used by everybody. So, and then it also adds to the traffic calming effects along both East Avenue. We have a few spaces over there as well. And then Cemetery Street itself.
Maybe Matt,
Greg,
can you pull up that, do we have a slide on that POCD? It was under the cemetery being one lane.
Let's see if I can go back to that.
In our rebuttal presentation, yeah, sorry.
And Greg, I would point out that although it was proposed and in collaboration with discussions we had, it was part of the review by DOT, the on-street parking.
Yes, yeah, that the plan, those two plans, as you see it shown today on the screen, is what was delivered and coordinated
It
with.
works, okay, it's still going.
DOT. And the other thing to mention is those plans you're seeing reflect one round of comments.
Comments closed, yeah.
As well.
They're blabbing on social.
Colin.
Yeah.
Colin, I think you have
yourself.
Colin, you have your mic on? I don't know if that was intentional.
So this is the East Norwalk TOD plan, and you can see down on the right, the wide overbuilt roadways of Cemetery Loop. In that plan, which was adopted and made part of the POCD, in the plan it says that these three roadway segments, the East Ave, Gregory, and Cemetery segments, or quote, the Cemetery Circle, appear to be overbuilt in terms of width, as the roadways typically support 2 vehicular lanes and sometimes with and sometimes without a parking lane. This excessive roadway width contributes to poor pedestrian mobility and safety in this area, as wide roadways contribute to longer crossing times in an area with limited east-west pedestrian facilities and connectivity. And so it was part of, and this is where the gaps are, which again shows where our site is, and there are gaps in the pedestrian network. So in the TOD plan, it identified this roadway area as being overbuilt and lacking pedestrian and safety improvements. And it was proposed by us, but really to meet what was already identified as a need and a concern for the neighborhood. Our project works with Cemetery, because one of the concerns or issues raised was, well, should Cemetery Street really be one lane? And I guess, Matt, if we can work backwards, I think it's, and maybe go forward now with, okay. I thought we had the choke point on Cemetery.
Yeah, you do.
But
There
so
it is.
so should Cemetery be one lane? And we had showed how it's already because of that choke point there, it's already funneling into one lane before it gets to our site. But our project, we think, works with it 1 lane or 2 lane, and we're acceptable with Cemetery remaining 1 lane, remaining 2 or 1. Although we, for lots of reasons, for safety and a more sort of complete street, we think that one lane probably works best. But we will defer to you and really defer to DOT, TMP, and your peer traffic reviewer on that issue.
Attorney Klein, can I ask one more question? I'm sorry, I don't mean to
Yeah.
keep interrupting you. There was a gentleman, I forget his name, that was speaking as part of the bicycle routes and in Norwalk and pedestrians. I can't remember his name in the last hearing, but he had suggested that it would be more beneficial to have the bike lanes inside, I believe, the parking instead of outside. And I wonder if that's if the state of Connecticut had any feelings about that, or if they know about it.
Yeah, he preferred that and or switching this buffer lane here that you see in this slide so that it's a buffer between the drive lane and the bike lane. And that's how we originally had it. I can't remember who, whether it was someone at TMP or DOT, but their comment was to switch that to what you should.
That's correct. It was the state who asked us to do this current configuration. We looked at all three, just as you described, Rich.
And
Were they adamant about it? Is it something that you could maybe ask them about again? I mean, if this
I don't see why not. But yeah, they did, sort of, firmly comment on it. But it doesn't hurt to ask.
just seemed like it made a lot of sense to me, but.
I'll add something here. Mike Mushak. Can you all hear me?
Yeah, go ahead, Mike.
Yeah, that was Tanner Thompson, who's the chairman of the Bike Walk Commission. And it's a good suggestion. Those bike lanes on the inside are all over Brooklyn and Manhattan. You can see them. They do protect bicyclists from traffic. There's one downside to it, however, though. And I think, neighbors brought up concerns about creating backups. I think the word was gridlock used a lot. And certainly somebody backing into a space, parallel parking, backing into a space would use, just like it is all over Manhattan, where the bike lanes are on the outside, which is, sort of more standard, maybe considered maybe obsolete in some circles. But that allows you to have a car take up the bike lane and the buffer. I do prefer the buffer on both sides of that bike lane. If it's on the outside as shown, you would have a striped 2-foot buffer between the bike lane and traffic. And there's certainly, there's no need, there's absolutely no need to have an 11-foot wide through lane there. It could be 10 feet. But in any case, the parallel parking would not stop or slow traffic if the bike lane was left as shown. If it's on the inside, then a parallel parking car will actually, stop traffic. And that could, with the traffic volumes involved, that could impede volume. The whole point of traffic calming is to move a volume, this is controversial, but the biggest volume of traffic at the slowest speed, because a frustrated driver is as dangerous as anything on the road. If somebody's stuck in traffic and then they floor it, because we all do it, it's human nature. If you keep traffic flowing smoothly and but keep it flowing at a slow speed, it would be safer. And so an argument could be made to leave the bike lane, as it's shown, but have an additional buffer between that and the through lane. And certainly Tanner and I may differ on some of these little, these minute details of where a bike lane should be, but considering the fact that that is the main route to the beach, I would be concerned about people trying to park and then slowing down traffic. But certainly this is, and I'll add, since I have the floor, in the last hearing, the first hearing, the presentation, it was pointed out that the NACTO, National Association of City Transportation Officials, traffic calming solutions includes on-street parking. It slows traffic down. And high speeds through here, I would say 40 is kind of normal. I tested it and drove around, and I was trying to go 25 and people were honking at me to get out of the way. So 40 miles an hour means a 90% death rate if a pedestrian or bicyclist is hit, and that drops down to 40% at 30 miles an hour, and it drops down to 10% death rate at 20 miles an hour. So speed kills. This is a death trap speedway. 37 feet of asphalt is crazy. This was built in the 1960s or maybe 50s, but this was a bad engineering solution that needs to be fixed no matter how you look at it. And it was also brought up in the hearing. I asked the two consultants, I think it was both traffic consultants, if this project didn't happen, would you still propose this solution to slowing down traffic and making it safer and reducing accidents and injuries, making it safer for cars, bikes, and pedestrians? And the answer was yes. So that's all. sorry to take up so much time, but this was something a lot of people got hung up on. And even the petition that was signed by 700 and something people said, leave it 2 lanes. And I'm like, oh my God, that's a save the death trap petition. And I was really shocked at how many people seem to think that it's even beyond interstate highway with lanes that encourage you to speed. When most neighborhoods want to slow people down and make their roads safer. This was a very unorthodox request of the city to keep a death trap in a neighborhood. I was actually quite shocked by it all. All right, I'll stop. Sorry.
All right, thank you, Mike, or Mr. Mushak. So and we're going to come back to this but I want to give you some of the lead in we kind of skipped over, which is going to matter for the next part of our discussion.
Hey, Adam, this is JJ. I have a question.
Sure.
Hi, this is just going back to your opening in regards to the bonus points. I noticed that you had mentioned that there will be workforce apartments available. And I'm just wondering, how can we increase that amount?
There are in some of the zones, you have different requirements for workforce units that provide either incentives or requirements for more. But that wouldn't happen in this zone under the current regs. It's 10%, and it's actually slightly under 10% if you do 3-bedroom units. Those count as 2 units because the city decided that there was a demand for the 3-bedroom units which weren't being built.
But by considering kind of the bonus, density special permit, they're building more units, and 3 of those units will be affordable. So you're effectively, via this special permit request, adding 3 additional workforce housing over and above what the non-special permit bonus provision would allow.
Adam, you probably also ought to address the additional payment that the developer is required to make toward a housing fund.
Matt, do you want to just address that?
Yeah, sure. So it was a relatively recent zoning regulation change. So part of the, instead of having everything on site, there's a mechanism in the zoning regulation that requires or provides some benefit in exchange for the developer paying effectively 1% of the cost of construction into a workforce housing fund administered by, I believe, the city to kind of enable the city to further affordable housing desires.
While we're on this slide, pardon my ignorance with this, but I think it was brought up during public hearing that that rental properties don't generate taxes. So can you just clarify, where do the tax payments come from with a rental building like this?
Yeah, just like Adam, you can step in. Just like any other, real property in the city of Norwalk, the assessor assigns a value and the property owner pays.
Okay,
taxes
so,
on the value based.
so whether or not a building is rental or when rental units or somebody lives in it, it's generating property taxes. And
correct.
The additional 300,000 per year, would that be what's added to the grand list?
No, well, the value of the property as a whole gets added to the grand list, which would be in the millions of dollars. But then you apply the mill rate, which based on what the property's worth, and that will get you what the taxes would be on it. So the grand list would increase because of the project and the taxes would increase.
Do you have a general sense of how much the grand list would increase based on this project?
Yeah, so
or is that something that can't be determined at this time?
what's 300? We could backdoor it. 300.
Yeah, so
do math.
it's in the 20. It'll be north of $20 million most likely.
Okay.
If you take a typical per unit assessed value for comp buildings in town.
Thank you.
And to keep Matt's job hard, because he's working the PowerPoint and nobody, including me, wants to go in order tonight. Since we're on this topic, I think, Matt, can you skip to the very end about, there were questions about the impact on the schools from the project. and look, because a lot of these things came up at the public hearing, we are addressing them now, and we're fine being open with you. But as a rule, well, it's not a rule, it's as the law is that the zoning commission, when you come up with the plan of conservation and development, and when you enact regulations, you can consider whether you want to encourage families to be in town, whether you want to encourage more school kids, whether you don't, and you can have financial considerations can play a role in the regulations that you drafted in your plan of conservation and development. Once you have your regulations in order, it's technically an impermissible consideration to think about the financial benefit from a project or the financial harm of a project, because those aren't zoning considerations. But it all came up in the public, participation part. So we feel like we need to provide some context and rebuttal on that, which is why we're addressing it tonight. So for the impact on the schools, generally speaking for these buildings, and Matt can get into the specifics if you have particulars, but generally speaking, you get some empty nesters and downsizers, and you get some younger folks that come into the buildings. Do they have kids? Yes, some of them end up having kids. Typically, when those kids become school age, they move out of the buildings, and because they want a house, or a condo, they want something bigger, or they want ownership. We did look at Head of the Harbor, the Scala project, that had 60 units and roughly four school children. It's not exactly precise, but we're about right on these numbers. For Spinnaker, we looked at 560 of their units here in Norwalk, which included Brim and Crown, their newer 560 of their newer developments. Of those 560 units, they've got between 10 and 20 school-aged kids in total. So for a project this size, could it have one or two kids come out of it? Sure, that are school-aged. Could there be up to maybe 6? Yeah, maybe. That's kind of the range of kids that you're talking about. And if you compare this to, it's about a little over 1.5 acre site. If you put 1/4 acre lots and you put 10 single-family houses, you're going to have at least 6 kids, probably going to have more than that, without the $20 million valuation. So sort of from a tax perspective, they're going to be paying quite a bit in taxes, and from a burden on the school system, it's not going to be particularly taxing on the school system to potentially have a couple of school-aged kids in the complex. So I want to shift back. I'm sorry, I want to shift back to the traffic, because that was a concern that came up a lot with quite a bit of questions. One of the questions was about whether the study area that we did should have been extended to I-95. And I think, Matt, we've got one graphic that shows the counts there. It was before the traffic. You keep going back. Yep. So yeah, so next slide forward. There we go. So the study area was confirmed with the city and the DOT prior to the study being conducted. And this is from Mr. Del Rio's report. You'll see in there that the traffic that's sort of this is just site generated traffic that hits that goes to Winfield. So basically making its way under the railroad pass there. You'll see it's 9 cars at the peak hour in one direction and 6 going under in the other direction. So if we extended the study down East Avenue, you're talking about between 6 and 9 cars in the peak hour. And even if you assume and that would be if you said that, oh, they're going to all go all the way to 95, you're talking about 1 car every 10, 1 car every 15 minutes that's site generated traveling through East Avenue. And because that's such a minor change, that nobody felt that there was any need that there could possibly be adverse impact created on East Avenue from this development. Not that there couldn't be issues with traffic on East Avenue that exist currently, but that none of those could potentially be exacerbated in any meaningful way because of 1 car every 10 or 15 minutes. There were concerns raised about whether or not the traffic report should have been done in the summer. I'm going to, and this is going to cue us back to Cemetery Street in a minute, but I'll let Greg, can you just address that concern that was raised?
Sure, Adam, thanks. I want to start off by saying that, we're following the standard practice for a traffic impact study in Connecticut, and you have to. And there are, certain steps taken. And part of it is doing your traffic counts during when school is open, typically. And then you submit the counts to the local municipality, and when you're on a state road, you submit it to Connecticut DOT. And Connecticut DOT, reviews and approves the volumes that you're going to then use for the analysis. And so those were the steps taken. So following our traffic counts in March, we circulated the results to Connecticut DOT as well as Norwalk TMP, both of which approved our volumes prior to conducting our analysis. And I want to add that when we sent the volumes to DOT, in our email, we specifically asked if any seasonal adjustments were necessary. And DOT indicated that the volumes provided were sufficient for this analysis and for this study. Now, typically volumes are collected, as I said, when school sessions for these types of studies. The results indicated that there were no impacts based on the analysis. However, due to what we heard recently from the community as well as the city having some concerns about, summer and seasonal higher volumes during other seasons, we actually did review and analyzed higher seasonal volumes in the last couple of weeks. The city provided some updated data to use for the seasonal adjustments. And we conducted an updated analysis, and there was no change in the findings. There were no impacts, no significant impacts in the surrounding streets. Again, I want to kind of reiterate that the volumes we're generating, as Adam just alluded to a little bit, are very low compared to the surrounding baseline volumes. And in order, the order of magnitude, as he said, of vehicles in and out of our driveway every 2 to 3 minutes during the peak hours, and of course, even less during the off-peak hours.
And let me just clarify there or spell out a little bit more,
Sure.
but so the city's peer review traffic consultant was able to obtain from DOT some counts that DOT took in the summer a number of years back in connection with the Mike, I'm going to say it, but the Walk Bridge project, and as well as through DOT obtained data, street light data, which is not exactly traffic counts. It's kind of like spying on you cell phone data that they track to come up with traffic volumes, but that DOT provided to the third-party traffic reviewer, which did have some higher numbers, really predominantly on the weekday afternoon peak hour. It was just that sort of raw data that was given to us that Mr. Del Rio sort of hustled to try to take a look at, and found that doesn't have any impact on our project, doesn't have any impact on the traffic that our site will generate, that the project works as proposed with that seasonal data added in, and isn't going to add any congestion or concerns.
Adam,
yeah.
Perhaps at this point, it would be appropriate to ask our consultant to share the results that she observed with this new data.
Yeah, we don't have an objection.
Marissa, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you. Marissa Trallo, I'm Vice President with ACAREF. I'm also a Connecticut PE, PTOE, and I am the city's traffic reviewer. So as Adam summarized, we heard at the public hearing, first one we've been at all of public hearings, although I've been off camera, that there was a lot of comments related to summer traffic volumes. We circled back with the city and the state provided walk bridge counts. The walk bridge counts are from 2016. So while they were higher, that's definitely not typical to use traffic counts that are from 2016. And then also inherently keep in mind that being able to look at historic traffic has been slightly put out the window since COVID. Obviously, we don't want 2020 counts, and then there's a question of if we fully returned or if we haven't. So we wanted additional data to support that the traffic that the public is seeing in 2016 hasn't grown, hasn't changed. So we then asked DOT to provide access to their streetlight account. Streetlight, as Adam mentioned, is based on your phone in a lot of situations. It's something that we've actually used to do traffic studies during COVID because no one wanted to use traffic counts. So there is a precedent for using it for traffic studies. However, in this case, we're largely using it to validate data. And so we pulled a lot of data. This is now no longer a single day count. We pulled all of the month of May, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Those are typical days. We don't pull Mondays and Fridays for weekday analyses. We do it also, this study has a Saturday. So we did pull Saturday data for every Saturday throughout the month. We do exclude holidays, but it's every typical Saturday. And we did that for all of May, all of June, 2019, 2021, and then unfortunately 2022 is not yet available in this platform. We know 2021 was still altered. We looked and checked the school was in hybrid session. So, and that data lined up with it being slightly reduced. So we removed that conservatively, and we went with the 2019 and the 2016 data. The trend was similar. It had maybe gone down slightly, but largely 2016, 2019, the volumes were higher. Summer counts were certainly higher. So we just wanted to do a sensitivity test because, as Greg mentioned, DOT has approved this traffic study. It was done according to their standards on their road. And so we asked for a sensitivity analysis to say, well, because we're talking about altering the road, how is it going to work throughout the entire year for the alterations? So we then asked the applicant and their traffic consultant and Greg to look at the full roadway network, but we asked them to use a variation of the product that they're using to do a standard traffic study per Connecticut DOT. And I say this because what they used is Synchro, and it's a static model. It looks at every intersection completely alone and says, you operate like this, and let's pretend you don't exist, but and then you operate like this, and everything's separate. But they had developed a microsimulation model, which is a dynamic model. It shows all the cars moving through. It shows people getting stuck in merges. It shows how people diverge. And we said, could you do this? Because this area operates uniquely. They had conservatively analyzed everything as stop controlled. No one, even where there are stop signs, are coming to full stops here. That's not to say they shouldn't. It's just not what's happening. They analyze stops as stops, and we asked them to analyze yields as yields. Because queues don't develop when every single car has to come to a stop. So they built this dynamic model. We reviewed it. We tweaked it and sent it back to them and said, do you accept this as we've proposed it? I made a lot of adjustments to make drivers a little more aggressive getting off Van Zant, because what we found, as the public pointed out, is Van Zant is really the biggest problem in this area. It's very hard to get off that street. And we know people aren't coming to full complete stops waiting for nice long gaps. They're getting very frustrated and they're getting out and they're getting onto Cemetery. So we had them build a model that was very aggressive, took all these summer counts and flushed them onto Cemetery quickly and aggressively. And we tested that with one lane on Cemetery just to test what they're proposing. And we did test it with their alternative one, which was pre-DOT telling us they kind of have a preference for alternative two. Ultimately, the same concept of yielding off of Cemetery Street to get onto Gregory, does it back up? The answer was no, it does not back up. Yes, there are queues with summer traffic, but they do not back up where they gridlock to Van Zant, they gridlock East Avenue. There's no signals here. Just on a context of real gridlock, real queues happen when we force everyone to stop. Because these are merges, and particularly because where Cemetery and Gregory come together, there is technically two lanes to receive them. While it is a dangerous merge, if someone's trying to weave, if someone's trying to get to Emerson, you can still get onto that road without really having to yield. There's no signal at the end of Cemetery and Gregory Street that's making everybody stop and form a very long queue. So yes, the volumes in summer are higher. Yes, there's more traffic moving through here. It is definitely slower than it would be in the winter, where you can drive 40 miles per hour, but there is no gridlock. There is no excessive delay. So it worked with the proposed layout that they have in terms of just can they move cars, or are we backing everybody up to Kingdom Come? That was not happening. The other piece is that Greg spoke to was the impacts to the roadways associated with the project. And I think that's key. We are talking about safety measures, traffic calming, bike lanes, parking. I kind of put that in the category of the roadway design, how they connect to the site and how they function. Then there's what a traffic study looks at, the traffic impact and access study that is a requirement of these applications. And that's to take the traffic they generate, put it on the road and say, are you exacerbating the existing conditions or the conditions without your projects? This site does not generate enough traffic to exacerbate any of the existing conditions according to your guidelines and DOT's guidelines. They do not have more than 5% of traffic increases at these intersections, and they are not making anything move drastically in levels of service to create undue delay. So regardless of the summer volumes or the winter volumes, the conclusion was that this site will not generate a traffic impact strictly because it does not generate enough traffic to make anything notably worse than what it is today. What is there today is what will be there with this development because their traffic volumes are not greatly increasing what's there today. So that's the two key findings. And I just want to separate that out between, there's a lot of discussion of what should be done on the roadway, whether it's 2 lanes, 1 lanes, that is separate than determining whether this site creates a traffic impact. And so that particular item has been looked at now using DOT approved counts, the highest, most conservative summer counts that we could find pre-pandemic. And consistently, we have found that this site will not generate a traffic impact.
There's two questions. Was either option 1 or 2, did that do a difference of the flow of traffic?
We didn't look at the model for alternate 2. We looked at alternate 1. Alternate 2 has the yield on Gregory. We actually, with the summer counts, started discussing alternate 1 more because there was so much discussion about trying to get off the beach traffic. This was all of our discussions came before DOT had any preference. So certainly there was some discussion. I think there's still some open-endedness as to the exact perfect alignment of how we connect this site to Cemetery Street. But I don't think there's any questioning from ourselves, TMP, or from the applicant regarding whether they're creating a traffic impact.
Can you remind me what the peak in and outs are?
I'm sorry, what did you say?
Could you remind me of what are the peaks expected in and outs? Is it like the on site? What are you guys expecting to generate at the peak? Is it 20 out? Was that the trips? The trip.
Greg, you're muted.
I'm trying to get unmuted here. Yes, 20 exits and 26 entries in the PM peak, and slightly lower volumes in the AM peak.
And Mr. Cantor and other commissioners, that because, right, I mean, we don't want to be in a circle here where it's like, well, you don't have a final from DOT and we don't have final comments from TMP, and it's just sort of like you could go never ending on that. And so what we are sort of presenting to you, which hopefully you find is reasonable, which allows for that flexibility, is look, we can live with option 1, we can live with option 2. We also, because we don't know what option DOT is going to ultimately say they want, and we haven't gotten we haven't gotten any final word from TMP as to what they would like to see. One of the other options that we are willing to accept as a condition, if it's really required, we prefer not to, but if your traffic consultant or the TMP or DOT requires it, and it was a comment made from the public, was about the possibility of having an additional point of exit from our site that was closer to mid-block. It's theoretically possible for us we'd leave the existing entrance and exit as is, but we could theoretically add an additional point to exit our parking out onto Cemetery, which would be an exit only, and you'd end up having a ramp taking you from inside the garage up the grade to Cemetery closer to mid-block, which would require, I'm not going to say punching a hole in the building, but it requires, there to be, there's facade there. So it would come out of that facade and there'd be some tweaks made. But that's, and that we're acceptable with that as a condition if it's necessary. So we don't want to sort of hide the ball from you, and we'll put that out there. Again, we think it can work without it. But if TMP weighs in and says they want to see that, we'll live with that as a condition.
May I interject here, Mike?
Wait, JJ wanted to speak.
Oh, I'm
Mike.
sorry, JJ. I didn't hear you.
No problem, thank you. So my question, once again, is about traffic, but I have a suggestion to alleviate the traffic possibly. I think it kind of goes without saying that during the summer months, you are going to have more people utilizing our beaches and our resources. It also goes without saying that, even during the weekend, without the summer, just generalize, you have more people on the road. But part of the attraction of this building, of this complex, is that it is very close to two train stations, the East Norwalk station as well as the Westport station. And so a way to alleviate traffic, I'm wondering, will you utilizing a commuter bus, a commuter van on your premises that will allow, your residents, they'll take their cars off the road during peak time, you'll take them to the train station, pick them up, and that will at least alleviate some of the traffic to and from East Avenue.
I mean, I'll let Matt answer. I mean, this is like 100 yards to the train station, right?
Yeah, so we anticipate the residents that live in the building that do commute or use the train, that they would walk to the East North train station, similar to the residents that live in the surrounding apartments or houses that do walk.
But the new sidewalks only border the new development. Sidewalks along, I believe it's on the north side of East Avenue going towards the train station are not really connected. They're not pedestrian friendly.
I think we've got now sidewalks connecting to East Ave, and there is, I mean, we have crosswalks to East Ave, and there is sidewalk.
Well, that's proposed.
Correct.
In this application, yes.
Right. Any way you can extend that?
So we're getting crosswalks across to the west side of East Avenue. And those sidewalks might not be perfect. You probably need some repair, but it is, I believe, a continuous sidewalk from Van Zant to the train station.
Yeah.
And at the end of the day, I mean, assuming we get your approval and this project gets constructed, the Matt's goal and the developer's goal is to have it leased and to keep it leased, which means we want traffic to work. We want the pedestrian experience to be positive. We don't want there to be litter. We don't want there to be crime. We want all of the same things as all of the other neighbors. I mean, we'd like to be in the neighborhood, but once we're there, we have all of the same interests.
So is this going to extend to, outside of your particular complex? Are all these new improvements going to be just directly for the use of your residents, or are you going to extend these new amenities towards the people of East Norwalk?
No, there's not.
So I think the public's going to have enjoy these improvements. But Adam or Greg, I know there's a larger plan that the city put together. Not sure where that stands, but if you can talk to that a little bit.
That's thanks. That's what I was just about to say, that there should be a slide earlier if you want to show it, but the city has a master plan, traffic calming and complete streets to upgrade this whole area, including a sidewalk that goes around the cemetery on the cemetery side. But more to your point, along East Avenue, crossing Van Zant and Rowan, are curb extensions and sidewalk improvements and curb improvements.
Right, to make access to the train.
Yep, just to address exactly that walk that you're talking about. And then, of course, we're improving with crosswalks through the triangle to get you from our development and anybody coming from Cemetery and, you know, further to the south along Gregory and Fenwick and Old
Yeah,
Saugatuck.
this is what I was talking about.
There
So
you
you will
go.
be collaborating with the city to make this happen, to make this a reality?
No, the city will be doing that.
Right.
But our proposed improvements with the crosswalks and the sidewalks integrate completely with this master plan.
That's a good way to put it. Yep.
So to clarify, that slide came from the city, that was their plan, or I'm sure it was a plan, you know, draft of a plan prior to this development?
Yeah, this was given to us from TM&P.
Okay, so you guys would be covering the cost of the crosswalks at those two corners and like the sidewalk on the side of the property. And the rest of these changes would be paid for by the city?
And or any funding they receive from other sources through grants.
Right. Mike, you had a question?
Yes, I want to just refer to a public comment from Jim Anderson. I remember him because I know him, known him for many years. And I certainly believed him. There was no need for him to exaggerate that he hears traffic accidents all the time. He lives the block away from here, and that people speed. And I believe his words were people take their lives in their hands, especially the seniors from Ludlow Commons, and then further down the Marvin, to try to cross the street there. And so the idea that the traffic calming would benefit the neighborhood is apparent from that testimony, and obviously anybody looking at this and seeing that slower speeds and crosswalks where currently people do take their life in their hands, you know, trying to cross there. And I'll just say that, again, 40 miles an hour, when you get hit, it's a 90% chance of getting killed. An 8-year-old child would turn into a projectile, sad to say. An elderly person would break most of the bones in their body if they survived. I mean, this is all blood and guts, but I mean, this is what we're dealing with when we're talking about public safety. There's a definite safety impact for anyone crossing a street at slow, whereas the traffic is going at slower speeds. And so the benefit, I think JJ, you brought up the great point about the condition of the sidewalks between there and the train station. Yes, and they are old and cracked, and they need, that whole neighborhood needs help with the sidewalks for sure. The point I wanted to bring up on an earlier point, so forgive me for going backwards a minute, but I want to bring up Tanner Thompson's comments again, because he's a very smart guy. He's a Gen Zer, he's in his 20s, and he's very observant. And he said a curb cut, an extra curb cut would be dangerous. And of course it would be, because you'd have cars crossing a sidewalk and you would have cars crossing a bike lane, right? So, and then you'd have people trying to speed out into traffic. I would say that I would not be in favor of an extra driveway out of the project, only because it's just going to add to the danger of people riding, either riding a bike or the pedestrians on the sidewalk. The other issue that I want to bring up at this point, because everybody's keyed into this traffic situation, is that I do believe there was a consultant that ENNA brought in who mentioned the delivery trucks, and that's a point that they made that I agree with. A lot of people don't have cars nowadays, and they shop online and they get their groceries. My next door neighbor lives in a single family house, gets his groceries delivered. I know because I got them at my house one day and I called the number and they said keep them, and there was a porterhouse steak in there and it was amazing. But
Let's stay on topic, Mike.
Oh, I know, all right. But the point is, I'm trying to make a good point here, is that with people who might live in this project, they may not have a car, and they will be doing a lot of their shopping online, and there will be a lot of delivery trucks, more than a typical project further away from a denser TOD area like this. And a lot of Gen Zers don't have cars. The license rate of teenagers is at the lowest point in history. A lot of people get out of college, they don't want a car, they want to live in a place that doesn't have a car. A lot of seniors and retirees they want to live without a car. It's expensive. And so they're going to order a lot of stuff in deliveries. And I really do think there's going to be a jam up of delivery vehicles as people have indicated. And I think that the on-street parking ought to be turned into at least 2 extra delivery zones for trucks. And that would be longer, taking 2 spaces and making it 1 delivery space, maybe a 15-minute parking limit for a truck. That would be an argument to keep the bike lane outside the parking lane instead of inside, because there'd be a visibility issue with a truck in the street and you'd have a visibility blockage, as people looked up. I would recommend, either as a condition or maybe this is just going to be an offer, to turn 4 of those spaces into on-street delivery, 15-minute delivery zones for the extra delivery vehicles, so they don't have to go into the site, try to turn around and come out and create all of those issues. And they would be on-street delivery, but they'd be using the existing parking. Because if we do have a backup of delivery vehicles, they could end up out in the street. And that would, of course, block traffic and it would be dangerous. And I think this is something we should seriously consider as not only a convenience factor for the potential tenants if this gets approved, but also for the just for the safety of everyone on the street, to not have a truck sitting there in the street. And I think two extra delivery spaces, using up 4 spaces, would give plenty of parking room for a truck to get in and out. And trucks are no wider. Trucks need 8 feet. They're generally 8 feet wide and an 8-foot parking spot. So I don't think you'd have to go any wider on the parking spot.
Thank you.
Yeah, so I would point out, Mike, that we do have a loading space on the site, but as you know, it's a constant battle to kind of get the delivery folks to actually follow the rules and park where they need to be. And I would also say, and Adam, correct me if I'm wrong, that we won't control or won't have any control over the kind of rules and regulations of these on-street parking spaces. That would be up to the parking authority. So not sure how much we can control, we can support, what you guys recommend, but
Let's hold this conversation. If we approve the project, we can talk about it as something we need to add in. But I don't think we need to resolve it here right now.
And I'll but just to say, I'll stress its importance, because it's how this project will function in the real world, everyday world. It's going to be on everyone's mind. I'm sure it's certainly on mine. Thank you.
Okay, Marissa, I wanted to come back to you. Is there anything more you wish to say?
I think I would defer until you have further questions, unless there's a specific topic that you had questions on, not to further confuse the conversation.
Are there any questions for Marissa?
I have one more question for Matt, but close out Marissa first.
Okay. Okay, I think that's it. Thank you, Marissa. Again, I want to point out that Marissa is a consultant to the Planning and Zoning Commission, not a consultant to the developers here.
Matt,
Sure,
just a
go
quick
ahead.
question. I think you only answered half of JJ's question. The other half was down to the beach. Would you expect some sort of some way that residents can get down to the beach without having to take cars other than walking or their own bikes at this point?
Yeah, so we're definitely going to encourage, and we'll have space in the building for bikes. But we have on other developments kind of implemented kind of a bike share program if you don't have your own bike. And I know the city has been in talks, and we've been in talks with folks potentially to provide kind of scooters or those type of kind of electric bike share as well.
Gotcha.
And by the way, there is a bus that goes right by the proposed development down to the beach.
There's not more questions on this topic. I would ask Mr. Del Rio if you can just real briefly respond to the ENNA had a I don't know, I'm not sure I'd call it a traffic report, but a letter submitted by a traffic engineer. Greg, do you want to just respond to some of the points in there?
Adam, before you go that, just one more thing for Nick. This project is within the Wheels to You service area for the Norwalk Transit District. So you can do that ride hail via the transit district to get to the beach. I believe they serve the beach.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Sure. So with regards to the memo provided by Simco for the East Neighborhood Association, I basically just took their summary comments and I'll just give some brief. I'm just going to read them off and some brief responses to each one. So very quickly, the trip generation presented by the applicant is undercounted from what would be reasonably anticipated for the proposed development since the recent spike in the volume of goods transported to residential units by Amazon, UPS, and other carriers. This is what Mr. Mishak was just referring to a little bit. So a couple of things. That increment due to that type of activity is spread out through the day, right? It's not all happening in the peak hours. And we're talking, over the course of a day, literally a handful, right? There's not 10 Amazon trucks and 10 UPSs, there's one or two. And those routes, those trucks are already on the roads. They're not there only making a trip, from their distribution center to our development. They're part of a route, right? We're just another stop on the route. So it's a bypass trip. It's not a new trip on the roadway system. So that's part of the answer to that. Sensitivity traffic analysis should be performed to demonstrate that seasonal traffic spikes in the summer months would not produce worse traffic conditions. I think we've already addressed that concern and spoken thoroughly through that. A second access point from East Avenue, a right turn in and right turn out only would be considered to improve site traffic. There's so low volumes on East Avenue that it really wouldn't warrant as far as the design intervention goes, it wouldn't really warrant that access because so few volumes are coming south and going north on East Avenue. An intersection site distance analysis should be performed for the site driveways. That has been done, and we can provide that to the East Neighborhood and Simco. An internal site auto turn analysis should be performed to verify that larger vehicles could maneuver safely. That also has been done. We do provide one truck space in our parking lot outside of the covered area for just that purpose. And the auto turn, we can provide that. Critical emergency equipment cannot directly access all areas of the proposed building to fight a fire. The fire department has signed off on the project and has reviewed, this specific claim and has no concerns regarding access. The applicant should analyze crashes during 2017 to 2019. We analyzed 2019 to 2021. Since receiving this, actually, I think prior to receiving this, we also we've already updated, so we can provide the updated crash analysis. And just in summary, it basically reflected very similar data, very similar patterns. So it didn't really change the findings as far as any mitigation might require for safety or crash concerns. And then the last bullet was trucks attempting to double park or squeeze into the on-site parking spaces. As an alternative, we just addressed that a little bit, but in addition, just say that, trucks double parking in front of any residence, or business in the city can cause this situation. Double parking is, basically is not permissible. We do have a wide street, as we demonstrated earlier. And unlike properties in Norwalk, we also have that on-site loading space to help mitigate that situation. So that's just a quick overview of those the comments provided by Simco.
Some of the other concerns, which I'll kind of group together, were a combination of will there be enough parking Is there ADA access to the public areas of the property? And how many ADA parking spaces are there? I think maybe Mike will, well, okay, I can show this there, right? So we've got in our application, you've got the parking required is 77 spaces. We have 102 provided, which again is 25 more than required. And depending on how the configuration happens on Cemetery Street with parking spaces and whether there's delivery vehicles, but it's shown as up to 14 on-street spaces. Again, those are on top of the 102 that we're providing on site, which far exceeds what's required. And we're also agreeing to take 2 of the on-site parking spaces and make those available to the public. I think next slide. I guess, Mike, I guess you can deal with the ADA.
Sure, yeah. Mike Mitchell, landscape architect. So like Adam said, there's 5 ADA parking spaces on site, 2 of which are underneath the building, highlighted with the red circles. There's 2 dedicated public access spaces, which are on the southern portion of the site, one of which is an ADA accessible space, and then 2 additional to serve both building A and building B, which is the ground floor office space.
And Mike, there was questions about sort of views of Mill Pond and access to the public amenity for folks that might need ADA ramps.
Sure. So I'm going to share my screen so you guys can see this. 1 second. So here's the public ADA space as well as the public just general space. And so, you know, this is really the direct access up this on-grade sidewalk to the overlook. You can kind of tell from, you know, from our plan, there's a bunch of existing trees that are down here. These are additional trees that we're proposing within our site, but really the view out to Mill Pond is from this overlook position here. I think in our renderings, it was a little misleading in that, you know, we showed a view looking from the top of this staircase down, and we sort of took the creative liberty of removing some of these trees. And because it's public property and would be, you know, have public input, maybe that's not the desire of that design. So I think, you know, from our site design perspective, the best view is actually looking from this overlook. So if you look, you know, this is the 3D map view of the property. Really, there's no view until you get sort of to this head wall. So the position of, you know, our building and our overlook is, you know, really looking down the throat of this opening towards Mill Pond. So if you go to the, you know, our last sort of perspective view that you know we created looking back towards the development, these trees that are sort of kind of ghosted in here, these are the ones that are there today. And, you know, with this development, you know, these are going to remain. So really the view is from up in this position from the overlook over the head wall and down through Mill Pond.
And that ADA accessible space could not access the pocket park seating in the back of that retail without going out down the sidewalk on Cemetery and coming around east, correct?
That's correct. We did take a look at providing complete accessibility and ramps and pathways all the way around to circumnavigate the site. And really what it comes down to is, you know, we either provide a staircase and or a ramp. We need about 175 linear feet, I believe, because we have a 12-foot grade change from this public courtyard level down to the overlook. So really, you know, we've got a access point going to the garage and coming out, and then we need to take up this entire space for a switchback ramp that would need to get switched back 3 times to get that 175 feet to get down as an accessible route down to the overlook.
So I have a question in regards to the wildlife in the pond. A question was risen in regards to the amount of light, amount of noise that may disrupt. And I was wondering, is it necessary to have that walkway, that pier? Can some sort of wall be erected in order to provide a buffer between the wildlife and the residents.
Do we have Matt Pop on, or is Matt?
Adam, I'm here, Matt Pop, landscape architect, professional wetland scientist. The one thing regarding wildlife is that I would say water quality would be my main concern, and we are enhancing the water quality of the project. And I think we are providing a bigger buffer from the parking area to the site. So I'm not sure if any physical buffer or demarcation would be needed to enhance or to protect the wildlife. As far as site lighting, as long as we have low level lighting in the back, 12 feet high or to 14 feet high, and it's a warm tone, 3000 K temperature, and again, it'd be downward pointing. I think the wildlife would be not impacted by the project.
I'm sorry, it was kind of muffled in the middle of your presentation.
Again, in my opinion, the project won't have an adverse impact to the wildlife, mainly because we're enhancing the water quality of the pond, and we're providing a larger buffer from the pond to the development. Currently, right now, the parking lot goes right up to the mill pond, and with the new project, it will be pushed back some distance. So again, in my opinion, there will not be any adverse impact to the wildlife. In fact, it probably would be enhanced by the project, again, mainly because the water quality is being enhanced in the pond.
Matt, can you
Yes.
just address the existing site lighting versus the proposed site lighting?
Well, the proposed site lighting will be LED, downward pointing, 3000 K, which means it's a warm tone. It's not a 4000 or 5000 with spark lighting. In the back of the building, it would be 12 feet high maximum. If you, probably out by the street, maybe a little taller, up to 14 feet. Again, with the way it's configured, currently the way the parking is configured, cars can come in, headlights get shine right into the pond. That won't be a problem with this project here. So again, the lighting, to me, in my opinion, would not be an adverse impact to the wildlife. Again, as long as it's downward pointing in the back. I know there were some comments on mute swans at the last meeting. Mute swans are a non-native species, although they may look nice. It's almost a species that degrades the habitat. They're very aggressive species towards other wildlife, towards the native species, and that they eat lots of aquatic vegetation. And when you have mute swans, quite often you have erosion along the banks of ponds. So I'm not sure if that answers it.
Are you saying that the mute swans that are on the pond now could or would be affected by either the construction or the development, but it doesn't matter because they are not native?
They won't be affected by the project, but typically when I see mute swans, again, I think of them as a non-native species, and again, they're kind of invasive. They are aggressive towards their native species. So again, it's looked at as a species that is not, desirable, except for, visually. I think people, when they drive around the pond, they like to see what they look like, and they're aesthetically pleasing. But as far as protecting our native species, that would be a species, that I would say that shouldn't be protected. Although, again, this project will not have any adverse impact to the mute swans.
Anna, while you're out of the room, when you speak, could you please identify yourself?
Oh, yeah, I'm so sorry, I forgot.
That's okay.
Just to piggyback on what Anna just said in regards to the swans, whether they're native or not. their habitat deserve to be protected as well as other migratory birds. So, I mean, your answer did, speak to that, but you kind of negatively put a light on the swans. They're really beautiful.
Agreed. It's like saying Phragmites. Some people like the way the Phragmites blows in the wind, but again, it's a species that's aggressive and takes over. So it's just a different.
Thank you for that.
Mike here, can I ask a question?
Sure, go ahead, Mike.
Yeah, if you Google Connecticut deep, as in how deep is your love, DEEP, mute swans, you will get a page on the Connecticut.gov website, or the DEEP website, that will explain how degrading what mute swans are to native birds. They literally eat the food that other native birds, ducks, would be eating, so they compete. And they actually are so aggressive that they chase native birds out of an ecosystem. And I'm not advocating for any kind of control, but I'm just saying it's right there on the DEEP site for anyone to read about them. But I wanted to ask about invasive, somebody just coughed, sorry. About invasive tree species. Would you recommend, Matt, that if there are any invasive trees, because I know they were listed on one of the environmental assessments, would you recommend removal and replacement with native tree species in terms of their benefit to wildlife?
Matt Pop, absolutely, especially if there is a Lanthus out there. I'm not sure there is Lanthus out there. And Lanthus, in fact, spotted lanternfly, which is a new insect that's invasive and non-native. So yes, to answer your questions, yes, any non-native trees, Norway maple, Lanthus, should be removed and replaced.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
If there's not more questions on that, one of the other things was about going back. We started with parking in this little segment, and when we far exceed both the parking requirement. I mean, we really far exceed it. There were concerns raised about, well, there being spillover parking on neighboring streets, and I think number one, because we have such an excess capacity for parking at our site compared to what's required, I don't think that that's a concern that's going to be borne out. I'd also just sort of note that to the extent that there's not much extra capacity on side streets for more cars, it's because the houses that exist now are not providing the parking needed for their residents and their guests. And that's why we would suggest that ENNA work with the city and TMP to create a parking pass system, which was in fact suggested in the TOD study for the area, has been talked about for a number of years and hasn't gotten traction. But having a parking pass system and having ENNA encourage its members to park their cars in their driveways rather than on the streets would free up a substantial amount of on-street parking.
You mentioned at the very beginning of your presentation that you will be providing construction jobs as well as permit jobs. And I wrote down the number 25, is that correct?
For permanent, right, Matt?
Yep.
Right. So permanent, will they be on site?
That number is a combination of kind of on-site leasing team, maintenance team, but it also includes kind of third-party, potentially snow removal, landscape, plumbers, electricians, and in that number also includes the potential employees of the retail establishment.
And where will they park?
Right, it's proposed that they'll be on site.
Of the 102 spaces, 77 allocated towards residents.
No, I'm sorry.
So these those employees won't all be on site at the same time.
The 77 is for the site. That's what your regulations require. is 77 spaces, right? So we're providing 102.
Right, right. But you will have 25 spots for various
Uh,
vendors, employees.
Yeah, but there's a shared use nature of that, our on-site staff and most of the repairs happen during the day. And I know with COVID, there's a lot more work from home, but still there's a lot of folks that aren't there, residents that aren't there during the day. So there's a shared use, mixed use kind of nature of the parking.
There's not going to be 25 employees on site at any given time. And nor do we expect that they're going to be every resident home in a car at every given time, right? So the residents leave typically during the day, and that's when the employees would be there. And when the residents come home in the evening, most of the employees would leave.
So are the parking spots not assigned to individual units, or are they assigned? How does that work?
They'll be unassigned.
Unassigned.
First come, first serve.
No, they're unassigned, but there will be kind of a permit system so that, you kind of have to have permission to park on the site and or kind of a guest pass system.
So we can't park there.
Technically other than, the two public spaces, there'll be a full parking management plan, but other than the two public spaces, there'll be rules then to enforce to make sure there's enough parking for our residents and our employees so that they don't spill out into the street.
One of the other concerns that was raised, which I'll let Vince or Colin address, was the building height and the grade and whether that was correctly calculated.
We'll start with that, Vince, on average grade, and I'll cover height.
Yeah, Vince Hines, licensed engineer with Redness and Mead. Just the average grade calc, it's spelled out in the regulation on how, in the zoning regulations on how that would be calculated based on a slight compilation of existing and proposed grades. So we're not allowed on a proposed average grade to take credit for anything greater than 3 feet above where the existing grade is today. So because of the slope of the site, as you come off of Cemetery Street and even East Ave, we're actually to the detriment on that because of the elevation we're working with on the existing condition. But with that said, we're calculating average grade to the regulation and how it's using past precedent.
So, to build on that, Vince calculated the average grade based on the zoning regulations, and then we took that as a datum on our drawings and determined the midpoint of the roof is prescribed in the zoning from the eave to the, I'll share my screen. From the eaves to the peak of the roofs, and then determine the midpoint of that spread, and then we dimension that from the average grade datum that he provides, and that datum holds around the entire building. And I think it's worth noting that due to the excavated nature of the site, where this area of the site is already substantially lowered, whereas if it was a gradual slope or undeveloped, virgin land, or just, less excavated for the parking, we'd have a substantially taller building. So this existing conditions are actually working against us in that regard, in the grade that Vince did. So we're losing the credit for all of this excavated area, which is essentially remaining close to as is throughout the majority of the site, and not really getting the benefits of the sloping street elevation. But we've dimensioned everything clearly on the drawings from the datum that was provided, and we feel we've calculated that correctly in accordance with the zoning regulations.
And that and those calculations we've of course shared and gone through with your staff, and I'm certain if they had concerns about our calculations, they would bring it to your attention. I do think that one or more of the speakers' concerns about how it was calculated relate to zoning regulations in Fairfield or Westport. Different towns have different regulations on how you calculate height, how you calculate stories, how you calculate grade. We went with what Norwalk requires, and I think there was some disconnect on that point. The open space, another concern or question that came up was what open space is required and how is it calculated? Have we done that correctly? Vince, can you address that? And maybe Colin, well, I think you've already showed us, but Vince, maybe you can address it for now.
Yeah, so the definition from the zoning requirements is on the page here, but it's basically the public open space shall include landscape areas, pedestrian plazas, courtyards, recreation areas, and the like. And such spaces shall be permitted on the roof of a structure. And in this case, that is the public and even the private courtyard above the parking there as you access the public spaces. And then that open space also must be connected to the right of way with signage indicating that the open space is available to the public. So, as is typical with applications like this, a signage package will be provided under a separate application. With that said, the requirement for the zone is 20%, which is roughly 14,500 square feet for round numbers on this site. And what we're providing is 33%, yes, inclusive of the that public plaza area, which is about 24,300. And just to note that that public plaza is about 8,100 square feet of that.
So we far exceed the open space requirements under your reg, and to the extent that there were comments that you cannot include the open space on top of the parking structure, that's explicitly permitted under your regulation. The lighting, we had some questions about lighting's impact on wildlife, and it by and large parallels for neighbors. I think Matt can confirm for me, but we do have a lighting plan. There's a photometric plan with cutoff lighting, which the current lighting is not cut off. And you heard Matt say it will be LED, dark sky, which is not what's currently at the site, pointing downward with the warm tones. Is that, do I have that right, Matt? Pop? He may be gone. We might have lost Matt. He did have another public hearing tonight that he was trying to juggle. All right, we'll move on then.
Attorney Klein, excuse me 1 second. Can we just, I wanted to ask you something, but you segued into this too quickly. Regarding the open space, what's happening with the city property right now? And could you just tell me on that photo we were looking at, where that pier or the dock or the pier, the walkway, where is that on the property? Is that your property or is that the city property?
I think maybe Mike or Matt can pull that back up.
Yeah, I can pull that one back up. So here's the property line right here. So everything to the south of that, that's all city property. So really, it was us gesturing in that there could be this connection which would take advantage of, even better views, public access views to Mill Pond. I think, the point is that, if you get further out towards this point at the end, that's ultimately where the best view would be, but it's not something that's on this project site.
And so where that stands, we've proposed just easement language to allow access both to sort of access the city parcel, but also for construction purposes for the city to their portion of the site. We've agreed that as a condition of approval, that we would make I think it was a $25,000 contribution towards some costs that the city might have in that respect. I believe, and your staff can confirm for you, I think that the city has in fact applied for a grant funding to help offset some or all of the costs with that project. I know that they asked for some cooperation from us, which we've agreed to provide in connection with attempts to obtain that grant. I don't know what the status of that is. I mean, we hope that there a productive use comes of that piece of land.
But didn't Deep say that they most likely wouldn't approve the city doing something with that land? That they wouldn't authorize filler development in those areas?
I can address that. Yeah, that was what within the one regulator who reviewed the CAM application. However, when we submitted the grant application, the individuals that we spoke with at Deep offered a completely different opinion about that. So I would be very skeptical of the CAM report we got about that.
And Adam, I would add, and I don't think you mentioned it, that, in addition to the easement to get access to the city parcel, and regardless if that moves forward, the public will have access to the sidewalks on our property up to the mill pond.
Matt, has there been any conversation between you and the city in terms of coordinating and perhaps helping with that part of the project?
Yeah, there's been dialogue, and as Adam mentioned, we're aware of the application that Steve mentioned, and voiced our support for that. And there's been a strong desire by the city to kind of coordinate this, in conjunction with, any potential construction that we may, be allowed to do pending the resolution of this.
If this project is approved, that it would make a lot of sense to try and do, all of the construction at the same time.
Yeah, agreed, for a number of reasons, just kind of, it's an amenity for not just the neighborhood, but for our residents, but also, we don't necessarily want, or we would like to prevent as much disruption in the future once we do have residents. So we'd love to coordinate that if we can.
Attorney Blank, can I ask you a question? We're going to be taking a break at 8:15. So do you expect you'll be done by then? I mean, we can be flexible 5 or 10 minutes, but I promised Richard we'd have a break after meeting for 2.5 hours. So we're going to break.
Did you say 8:15, 8:15?
I said 8:30.
Oh,
I said it's now 8:15.
Oh, sorry. So I don't think we'll be done by 8:30. But I don't think it's going to be substantially longer than that. But I think we will go past 8:30.
Okay, we'll take the break then, and then we'll come back and finish up.
All right. So I'm going to group the next sort of set of questions that came up together, which was some form of sort of what's Deep's role? Did the applicant file the requisite materials for a CAM site plan review? What's Harbor Commission's role? Will the development unreasonably pollute, impair, or destroy the public trust in the air, water, or other natural resources? Those kind of all, they're somewhat different, but they kind of go together. So we'll try to address them as a grouping to save some time. Matt, if you can show the next slide. With respect to Harbor Commission, I'm going to deal with that one first. Harbor Commission has a harbor management plan, which identifies the scope of their jurisdiction, which, and this is from that plan, the grade area here shows the area within the harbor management jurisdiction. And you'll notably see that and I've done the yellowing, but what's in yellow is not grade, is outside of the Harbor Commission's review, which is the Mill Pond. It's not within their jurisdiction. Not putting that aside, out of abundance of caution and some respect for them, we did go through the Harbor Management Commission, although they don't have any jurisdiction over this. Back in July, they reviewed the application and gave a favorable report back to P&Z, which actually said that it was going to be a substantial improvement on water quality for the harbor. But they leave over the possibility that they'd provide planning and zoning with additional comment to that favorable report after they received a report from DEEP, which, you know, is pretty standard that you get a report from DEEP, but we just don't know when it's going to come. And they didn't have it at the time of that initial review. So fast forward to September of 2022, we received the DEEP report. On the day we received the DEEP report, we got a notice from the Harbor Commission that they want us to present that day for discussion on DEEP's comment and their report. We complied, we gave them our comments, and at that point they said, well, we'd like to see what P&Z staff has to say or any formal comments that we have back to P&Z with respect to DEEP's comments before potentially considering it a third time. At that point, we ran out of time to have the special permit application heard, and it was withdrawn. We then immediately refiled the application to sort of start the clock again. When we refiled the application back on November 3rd, it was referred by your planning and zoning staff back to Harbor to see if they wanted to comment more than they already had in the prior two meetings. They have never put us on an agenda, despite being asked to consider putting us on the agenda by your P&Z staff on at least once, if not twice, after that November 3rd date. In the ordinance establishing the Harbor Management Commission, I think, do we have that on a slide? The next slide, maybe? Yeah, so the applications can be referred to Harbor Management. When they're referred to them, if they provide a favorable recommendation, it comes back to you, and you proceed on as sort of normal. If they have an unfavorable recommendation, then it requires a sort of a supermajority of approval from the Planning and Zoning Commission on the application. But if they don't make a recommendation, if they don't act, it's deemed an approval of the proposal. And so, and that's sort of where we are here, because they haven't even put us on the agenda. That is a failure to act. So I mean, there's not much more we can do. If your staff asked them to put it on their agenda, we went through the proper procedures, and we were in front of them twice already. With respect to both their review and really for the CAM site plan, Matt Pop, who you heard from at our initial hearing and a little bit a few minutes ago, is and yeah, you can leave the other slide, Matt. He performed an environmental assessment, which was submitted to you, and it's in the record. It's not a requirement of the application. The environmental assessment is not it's not a CAM site plan requirement. We provided it anyway. And initially we didn't plan on doing it because we thought that, you know, improving the drainage, adding the buffer, moving the pervious surfaces away from Mill Pond, that it was fairly obvious that that was going to be a positive and not a negative for Mill Pond. But when we heard some public concerns, we figured we'd get sort of an objective scientific evidence in front of you folks on the topic. You got his report, which essentially says there's going to be no negative impact to Mill Pond, that we're moving the development and the impervious surfaces away from the wetlands, that we're adding the rain garden, we're adding a large planted buffer, that we're taking steps to ensure that there's no contamination that enters Mill Pond, There'll be no adverse impacts to Mill Pond. And then I guess, so that was what Matt had to say on the environmental assessment. With respect to Deep's comments that we got, I'm going to let Vince address that. And we can probably leave this slide up for that.
Yes, so the main comment that was received was with respect to development of high-rise structures in velocity zones, really, which is the V zone. You know, the project as designed is to be in compliance with the zoning regulations, which are kind of aligned with the FEMA regulations in the sense that building construction needs to comply with a certain set of FEMA standards. And one of those includes setting the finished floor elevation at the base flood elevation plus 1 foot. For reference, the base flood elevation here is elevation 14, which is in the A zone, and which is how the first floor was set at elevation 15 for the habitable areas of the construction. So the way that the coastal hazard area fact sheet kind of describes this high-rise construction is that, you know, the municipalities, they want to endorse, you know, the addition of units in some respect that meet these requirements. So construction of apartment buildings in the flood zones designated as A, if access to the site is not flood prone and the applicant can demonstrate the project has been designed so that risks to life and property are not increased. So and then for other guidance there are no municipal or state prohibitions of construction of apartment buildings in flood zones. And kind of further, there's similar projects routinely approved in Norwalk and the surrounding municipalities. In this case, there is dry egress on East Avenue for the primary structure, and as you raise to the higher elevation around on Gregory Boulevard for the secondary structure, both structures are designed such, as I already said, first floor is at elevation 15, 1 foot above the base flood elevation. So those are the ways in which we're minimizing risk. So there's pedestrian egress available, dry egress to the west and east of us. And then there's also availability for emergency vehicles on those same streets, which is no different than what the emergency egress is today. Those are the available options today. And then I know parking came up as well, and the kind of safety of vehicles in the garage. FEMA doesn't look at personal vehicles as property. And in fact, really they limit their personal property to habitable area and physical property that might otherwise be within those habitable areas. And they actually have a definition for habitable area: an enclosed area having more than 20 linear feet of finished interior walls or used for any purpose other than solely for parking of vehicles, building access, or storage. So having the vehicles at a lower elevation, in this case elevation 12, although within the floodplain, is compliant with the FEMA standards of construction. And we're talking about a flooding event, elevation 14, that is within the floodplain of 100-year storm, which I know storms are happening far more frequent with greater risk, but we're designing towards the FEMA standards in that respect.
And so Vince, so is that fair then, that what you've said is a long way of saying that we're in the A zone and access to the site is not flood prone. And the project's been designed so that risks to life and property are not increased.
Yes.
Okay, and Matt, can you just jump? I think it's 2 slides. Keep going. One more, now one more.
Hey, Adam, before we jump to
Yep.
that, I just want to double check.
Back.
This is the same zone, flood zone that South Norwalk is, Water Street, most of the city is already, correct? Like the AE zone, is that right?
Yeah, I don't know what the elevation is in South Norwalk versus here.
Okay.
Yeah, Nick, I know, for example, having done work on Water Street previously, south of Washington, the AE zone through that section of Norwalk, at least there on that portion, was elevation 13.
Didn't Water Street have some serious problems with flooding just in the last couple months?
Water Street itself is at AE 13, but the elevation of the road is, I believe, 5 to 6 feet below that even. So that's to say that it wouldn't take a 100-year storm to flood Water Street. It would take something of lesser quality.
I mean, well,
This
we're not on Water Street, so yeah.
Right.
For
Just
this,
an anecdotal.
yeah.
And to continue that kind of anecdotal conversation, I think some of the comments said that, over, a number of decades, this site had flooded, on occasion, once or twice. But they said specifically behind the bank, and to, put it in perspective, behind the bank there is at about elevation 8 or 9 relative to kind of where we have our cars, and at 12 and where our first floor is located at elevation 15.
Mike Mushak here. Did I talk over somebody? I'm sorry.
Oh, that's okay. Go ahead.
You're okay.
Okay, because I can't hear everything that's going on here, but the word missing here is resiliency, and this was a comment I had prepared for later in response to the person from Westport who spoke, first person to speak in the public hearing about the flood zone, building in flood zones. And so I'm just going to offer up a perspective here. I don't know what that noise is. Anyway, there was a resiliency, word missing, resiliency in all of this, which is the latest trend in building. Certainly any coastal areas are using that word. It does not exist in the Coastal Area Management Act of 1979, nor in its revisions of 1991. Marcy Ballant does a good job because she has to enforce that law, but she does not use the word resilient. But resilient is how South Norwalk has been built up because almost all of South Norwalk is in the 100-year floodplain, as is a good part of East Norwalk, all of Marvin Beach, and all of downtown Westport. And I was surprised that the woman who was speaking was saying that this shouldn't be done because it was going to raise the flood rates of insurance rates of everyone in Norwalk, when Westport had approved a $100 million project in their downtown area called Bedford Square. It's the archaeology or anthropology and the old YMCA. That has 2 stories of parking below the area, in the 100-year floodplain. And I'm just was wondering why there was a kind of critique of us building in a flood zone when Westport's doing it, everybody's doing it. But what happened in South Norwalk was the plan was if there was a hurricane predicted and a storm surge, everybody would be asked to move their cars out into the garage at the South Norwalk train station. Flood would come in, flood would go out, they would hose everything down because nothing would be damaged. That's resilient architecture, and there would be no threat to life and limb. They have and I'm talking about South Norwalk now, Soundview Landing, which was the replacement for Washington Village. That was all designed to resilient standards. And this building is resilient. There will be nothing damaged if a flood came in. It would all be, everything that would be damaged, prone to damage would be above the floodplain. And I just wanted to add that in. It was a remark prepared for later, but I just thought I would offer that now because the word resiliency is the key word in this building and everything else that's being built, which is billions of dollars of construction going on in flood zones to be resilient to a climate change. Thank you.
Okay, Mike, as usual, you get the last word. We're going to take a break. We'll come back together. It's 8:32. We'll come back together at 8:45. No, I'm sorry. If there's something you want to have clarified, please shoot a note to the staff. Okay, Attorney Blank, turn it back over to you.
All right, thank you. Matt, if you can hold back up the slides. So on the environmental, just two further slides on that. As this was in Matt Pop's report on the coastal impacts, adverse, none, beneficial, economic personal use of property, improved water quality, improved public access to coastal areas, and site developed to coastal hazard area codes. So no adverse impacts to coastal resources. And then there was, I guess, speculation about environmental concerns, not really evidence, but there are some questions raised. And Matt Edwardson, I'll let you sort of briefly run through that.
Sure. So I'm not sure, this slide was presented previously, but based on, I think, some public outreach, DEP actually touched base with us to kind of review the status, asked a few questions, and they seem satisfied with what we've done and what the site is characterized as, and just wanted to provide that update.
Again, there's been no evidence of any unreasonable pollution, impairment, or destruction of the public trust in air, water, or other natural resources. There's just nothing in the record.
I'm sorry, one second. Can you go back to the slide just before that we broke on? We break the one with the numbers of the how high the ground is with flooding. 9 feet. Yeah, that one.
Yep.
So in the back, it's 8 or 9 feet, you said. And the first floor is 13 or 14, something like that. 12, 13, 14. Where is the garage? Like the underground garage?
The garage, yeah, the garage is at elevation 12. And if you look at the rest of this existing kind of site grade and elevation, based on the kind of the neighbors commenting on the flooding back here,
yeah,
all this grade is at 10, 11. So if those significant floods kind of got past here, which it didn't sound like it did, it still probably wouldn't have been above 9 or 10, and our garage is at 12. And as Vince mentioned, it's not a FEMA requirement to have automobiles outside, above the flood elevation.
Thank you.
So then I think we can go to the test pits. Concern was raised about whether there are test pits dug, and will the drainage rain gardens function as designed to city standards? And I will turn that to Vince Hines.
Again, Vince Hines. Yeah, with respect to on-site drainage and the plan before the city, Norwalk DPW had issued a set of comments on September 8th of 2022, and we then responded with plan modifications and or additional data responding to those comments on October 3rd. And then ultimately they approved the site plans on November 8th, 2022. And I think that was missing from the city website until recently, but it is there, and it was provided on November 8th, as I stated, and that included the standard submission materials as required by the city's drainage manual, and those items that are required are a stormwater kind of design plan and report, a landscaping plan, an erosion and sediment control plan, operation and maintenance plan, which was brought up in public comment, and then pre-drainage and post-drainage maps comparing the the conditions of the site. And so that was all that the DPW reviewed as part of their approval on the project. And I would just say that DPW will again require a review of project documents ahead of a zoning permit request by referral. And they will require test pits to be completed at that time. Soil restrictions, usually in the form of groundwater or ledge, if any, could then be compared to the system on the design plans, and modifications can be made accordingly, whether it be introducing a liner to the system to make it watertight, or adding under drains and or a series of oil grist separators to meet the same level of water quality requirement for the site. It's worth noting that an initial groundwater reading was taken via geotechnical readings and was found to be between 7 and 8 feet below grade in the vicinity of the infiltration methods, and which would result in between 1 and 2 feet of separation between the bottom of the system and the level of groundwater, where 1 foot of separation is required by the manual. Again, an operation and maintenance plan was brought up in comment, and that was submitted as part of that request and ultimately reviewed. And then just one other comment on drainage. It was mentioned that why was there not an off-site watershed map completed? For this particular project, the site is kind of self-contained in that the existing and proposed on-site drainage is the controlling factor that we're looking at. And I did mention in my initial presentation that although there's the box culvert that runs through the site, connecting off-site, whether it be road improvement, drainage, or upstream properties, that box culvert does not collect any of the proposed water attributed to the potential site construction. So we did not study that culvert itself as it's in essence remaining the same, if not better, because we're moving one existing connection that does lie there today.
Next slide. Mike.
Attorney Blank, you had, I thought I saw in that last slide that you had a segment on test pits.
Yeah, I think Vince, I'll speak for Vince, and then you could ask for more if you want from Vince, but that the protocol for DPW is that they give you a tentative approval based on what was submitted. And then when you go to pull your permit, they require test pits to be dug and then modifications to the plan if the test pits identify any concerns.
Okay, I'm sorry, I misunderstood that.
All right, so for Mr. Mitchell, you just touch on the trees for a minute?
Sure. Yeah, I'm going to share my screen too, but I'll briefly go over this. So 17 trees within the project site are all proposed to be removed, but as far as new trees go, we've got 18 new trees within the right of way, which are along Cemetery Street. And then technically the 4 that are along East Avenue aren't within the public right of way. They're actually inboard of the property line, but they still kind of serve the same function as public domain. They're constructed and designed the same way as they would be along Cemetery Street. And then all the green, so all the red are the tree removals on site, the 17, and then all the green are proposed. So really the replacement is 5 to 1 or greater. There's some other circles that are on there that aren't highlighted, and those might end up just being large shrubs, but the ones that are highlighted in green are definitely proposed as trees.
All right. Another question that came up, if we can go back to Matt's screen, was about dog waste, and we don't have any issue putting up a kiosk with the dog poop bags. Is fairly typical. And then I'll just turn finally just to the standards for the special permit, right? So first, with respect to the application, you've got to find that we comply with the East Norwalk Village, TOD zoning regs, and then there's the special permit criteria on top of that. With respect to the East Norwalk Village TOD regs, we clearly comply with all of those regs. The points that allow for the added height and density, we exceed. Your own peer review architect says we meet all of those standards or exceed them, and the project should be approved. With respect to traffic, which was a significant concern raised by neighbors, your own peer review traffic engineer confirmed that this project won't have any traffic impact, and that we are making significant improvements to existing conditions. So we're improving the condition. We're not actually making it worse. For the special permit criteria, Matt, I think we could probably pretty quickly just run through these. Density and use of the bulk of the building, that was your peer review architect said it was right in line. It matches the TOD zone. It's in harmony. And as of right, developments can be done with the same or larger footprint, the same or larger FAR, the same or smaller setbacks, and that the topography, we're going to complement the surrounding parcels. And I don't think we heard anybody in the TODZ have any complaints about the density or bulk proposed here. Just people outside of that zone. Next one.
Excuse me, doesn't the zone sort of end with this property?
Yeah, I'm at Mill Pond. Yes.
So the neighbors on, what is it, Fenwick and Cottage wouldn't be included
They're not in our zone, right?
in this conceptual? Okay.
Yeah. Stable traffic flow. And that's like a defined thing. That doesn't mean that the traffic flows good or that the traffic will be great. It means that site generated traffic, and that site generated traffic will not adversely affect pedestrian or vehicle safety, conflict with the pattern of highway circulation, or increase traffic or congestion to a level of service considered unacceptable by the commission. Based on the improvements that we're making, again, our traffic engineer as well as the city's traffic engineer clearly state that we meet this special permit criterion. There's been no evidence to the contrary. Next. Mass transit, I think walking distance to the East Norwalk train station. We've got sidewalks that meet or exceed the minimum clearance, and we're on the bus route. Utilities, we've got the utilities, that's not an issue. Next. Adverse impact from noise, odor, fumes, dust, and artificial lighting. We will comply with the noise ordinances, the lighting regulations. We've agreed to submit a photometric plan. No, there's been no evidence of any adverse impact of noise, odor, fumes, dust, or artificial lighting. When you have that demonstrated in Matt Pop's environmental assessment. We've agreed to soil and erosion controls being installed and maintained, silt backs be installed, and existing and proposed catch basins. And we also, one other thing is, we do think that, this structure itself is actually going to be a buffer from the railroad noise and the street noise to the residential properties beyond us. Next slide. Signs of size and sign that are in harmony with the neighborhood. We're not proposing signs with that, and we will do a signage application separately. Yards and open space, screening and buffering. You just saw the trees that we will be planting 5 to 1. You heard from Mr. Mitchell, 20% needs to be open space. We're providing 34% of the site is open space, which again far exceeds that requirement. And we're providing, I think, adequate screening from our neighbors towards Fenwick. All right, next. So we think this will actually have a positive impact on the neighboring properties compared to those permitted as of right, better than the existing use as a retail bank. or other uses like medical office, brew pubs, distilleries, office, entertainment facilities, restaurants, and schools, which would have significantly greater adverse impacts on neighborhood properties, which isn't to say that you couldn't come up with a as of right use that would have less of an impact. But it's just to say that you can certainly come up with as of right uses that would have far worse impacts on the neighborhood. It's compatible with this existing land uses in the area, which have similar mixed-use apartment complexes like that for the Brim and Crown restaurants. You've got the religious uses, social club, gas stations, other retail. Centrally located in East Norwalk, close proximity to parks, beaches, school, the train station. I think proximity of community facilities is easily met. It fully complies with the zoning code and the POCD, and that again, your peer review architect confirmed the compliance with the POCD, and your staff memo confirms that all of these criteria are met as well. We decrease impervious coverage, decrease stormwater runoff, increase water quality, create a buffer to Mill Pond, add those additional ecological features to the site like rain gardens and the pollinator garden, no adverse impacts on wetlands or coastal resources, and we did receive the inland wetland approval as well. There's no zoning violations on the property. And that we've covered that. I don't think I need to hit it again. And I think that's it. So if you have further questions for us, we're happy to try to answer them. That's our sort of presentation though.
Chairman, can I bring up one thing?
Sure.
Matt or Greg, could you pull up the city master plan for that area? I don't know. I can't remember who had the slide, if you don't mind.
Yeah, give me a sec, I'll get it.
And this might actually address one of the comments you received. So the plan here, this was a city generated plan for the improvements proposed. And we haven't gotten written confirmation yet, but we do believe that these are going to be funded by the state. So just to let you know, that doesn't mean anything particular to whether Cemetery Street remains 1 lane or 2 lane, or what ultimately happens at the intersection of Gregory and Cemetery, but the other improvements shown with the new sidewalks, the curbings, the lane reductions, and all those treatments are going to be funded hopefully by the state. And they could hopefully tie in with this project some point down the road as well. Just wanted to mention that.
Thank you. All right, are there any further questions for Attorney Blank or any of the consultants?
Yes, I do have one additional
Sure.
question. Hi, this is JJ again. So the name of the development is The Lofts at Mill Pond. Are these apartments actually lofts?
So that's a placeholder name. If we get to the point, we'll bring in the marketing and branding experts to probably come up with a better name than that. There are some units that are 2 levels. I'm not sure they would technically consider lofts, but some of we use the half-story and the 3.5-story allowance to provide some 2-level units that might not meet the definition of a loft. They might be more, kind of more duplex type.
Well, it would be great if your marketing department can in some way honor the cemetery across the street from you in the name of the building. The name of the cemetery is First Settlers.
Other questions?
How much would one of the, sorry, go ahead, Mike.
No, go ahead, Anna. That's okay. We were speaking at the same time. I defer.
I was just wondering if you can give us a sense of how much one of the market rate apartments would cost and how much one of the workforce ones, let's say 1 bedroom.
Sure. So it ultimately comes down to the market, and in a couple of years from now, not sure where the market's going to be, but a 1 bedroom in the comparable buildings in town will probably be somewhere in the around, in and around 2,000, maybe just over 2,000. And a workforce unit of the same size and quality, I believe is today, based on the 8-32 calculation and certain utility allowances, in the $1,300 a month range.
Is there anything else?
Mike Mushak here.
Go ahead, Mike.
Since we've got all this traffic brain power here, I'm responding to Ben Handpeter's suggestion of a bus stop, which is a great idea. Is there any impact to having a bus stop and or these 2 additional delivery truck spaces that I suggested based on public, based on the public hearing? Any impacts that would have on all of your calculations, traffic flow, et cetera? That's addressed to the, oh, Marissa, hi, you're on.
Want me, or do you want the consultant?
I would, Marissa, if you don't mind, I mean, you're really aware of this and you're the city's consultant. So do you see the impact, any negative impact of having a bus stop? It would be in those parking, it would have obviously take up parking stalls, but it would be in that parking zone. Because I think it's something that is important and it's something that's going to come up. And while you're on, now is the time to ask if there would be any impact.
So I'm very cautious with the word impact, only because I think it's impact really is supposed to mean, I know what you mean, but just to clarify for anyone that's listening in, traffic impact is the site generating traffic that exacerbates the condition. So that aside, but whether or not it would be a positive or negative to traffic flow and traffic operations with the site also there, it's no, in the sense that you're already discussing going down to 1 lane in order to do that parking lane or a bus stop or truck loading. So it's a good space for it because it's off to the side. It's not being used for through traffic. What's more, something that needs to be investigated is, and you brought it up earlier, the bike lane and how often vehicles are having to cross that bike lane. One of the goals would be to minimize that as much as possible. And so there's a lot of give back and forth with traffic consultants and traffic engineers of, we put the bike lane on the outside of the parking lane, because it'll minimize, it'll make it more visible. But then, okay, we put it on the curbside because what really happens when we put it in the road is delivery trucks sit in it and bicyclists have to go around them and go into traffic. So there's a lot of nuances to how something actually functions. And luckily, most of it's striped and can be moved and nuanced, just like you can demo a lot of this stuff to test it. So the short answer of the longer answer of whether it works there, the bus stop would work there. Truck loading will work there in place of parking as long as none of that shifts the travel lane. What needs to be investigated further, just in general, is site distances to make sure cars pulling out of the site can see around the bus if a bus is stopped there. That the bus is stopped in a place where cars coming around from East Avenue have a chance to see them and move around them, so it's not right at the corner. How often they're crossing the bike lane. So all of this is doable, and certainly having delivery stalls is a good opportunity to make sure that the trucks have a space dedicated to them so they don't end up double parking. But just where you situate the bike lane and its use and how we would flow traffic, that's when we get into the design, and it's doable. I just can't form an opinion on exactly where to put the bike lane without looking at all the volumes and everything laid out. And I think that's something that they're still working on, of where the curb cut is and where the transitions are and how far we would say no parking from here to corner to make sure that anyone pulling out of their driveway can see to get out. So it's all, everything that you've requested is doable. It just needs to be investigated further through their design process.
Oh, great, thanks. And then I would just, you would probably agree, but I'd recommend a kind of test and learn period. Not with traffic cones, because that would slow people down a lot because they think they were in a construction zone, but with water-based paint that could be put down and this whole thing could be tested before it was made permanent. Would you agree that's a scenario that would be a strategy that would work?
Yeah, the TMP brought that up. It's something that we see you've done a lot in urban areas. You actually will put down adhesive thermo paint, so it'll be just as safe, just as real. It just pulls up easily, and you can demonstrate just about anything you want. So you can demonstrate taking this lane out, for instance. That's something TMP brought up in our review as well, of wanting to make sure that this is going to function in the highest condition traffic.
Yeah.
Notably summer.
Okay, good. I think traffic cones were mentioned, but I just want to reiterate that when you put traffic cones out, people think they're in a construction zone and they'll slow down to a stop. And that's just going to defeat the whole purpose of a test and learn. So striping would be the recommended, and then let everybody drive through it and just see the results would be the smart approach. Thank you.
Anything else before we close the hearing? Okay, if not, hearing is officially closed, and we'll move on to discussion. Who would like to begin?
I could. Mike here.
Go ahead, Mike.
Oh, okay. I just unmuted. I want to thank everyone who just presented, all of the consultants, but especially all of the public who spoke for the, I think, nearly 10 hours of public hearing. I know how passionate everybody feels about this, and there's a lot of fear and a lot of anger. And I can relate. I've been at that podium. I have been disappointed. I've been elated. Over the 25 years, I've been working to try to make Norwalk better on all kinds of issues. But I have stood out there and sat out there and been just as embroiled in whatever issue was coming up, and I just can relate to it. And I want to thank everybody, let them know that we listened carefully to everything everybody had to say. And I want to say that I got some advice from someone about 15 years ago when I was appointed as my first term as zoning commissioner in 2008 by Mayor Moshe. And I was very pleased that he appointed me, and I immediately called up my friend Walter Briggs, who is no longer with us. But he was the chair of the Planning Commission. We had two different commissions then, planning and zoning, and they were just recently recombined. But I asked, Walter was a good friend. He went to my church, St. Paul's on the Green. I saw him every Sunday, and lots of times at their house in Rowaden. He and his wife Gwen, they're both gone. And they're resting behind the church. But I asked Walter, what is his advice? And he said, facts, not fear. Always listen to the facts and vote on facts, not fear, and you'll never have anything to worry about. So I think about Walter's advice all the time, because you hear a lot of fear in every application and when people speak, and you hear anger, and you need to, and sometimes people are offering facts while they are fearful, but sometimes the fear and anger makes them say things that may not be true or may not be factual, but emotions are very strong, and it makes you do things. I mean, I won't get into any examples, but there's lots of them where that happens. I want to actually address some of the public comments about housing, about rental housing in particular. Quite a few members of the public expressed what I thought was a false narrative about housing. And this is important because a lot of people came forward and spoke into the microphone on the record that we're building too fast. Norwalk is growing too fast. And we're actually growing in the last census data for the last 10 years from 2010 to 2020, which included all the big projects that you see mostly around town, like Waypoint and the both Avalons. Those were all built in that decade. We grew at 6.5%. The population growth rate in the country was 7.5%. So we actually grew less than the general population growth in the last census. That was one of the lowest growth rates in history in the last 100 years, when the general growth rate for the city was 20 to 30%. As the city expanded and going back to the 1900s, 1890s actually, and the city was growing 20 to 30% every decade. Now we're growing at 6.5%. In the 90s, we grew at 5.9%. And that was under a whole different administration and a different planning and zoning commissions. So we're not growing at some outrageous rate. It may seem that way because people see apartment buildings and it looks like we're building a lot, but we're building smartly. We're building near transit. We're following millions of dollars of recommendations. We're doing what every city in America is doing. We're doing smart growth. This project is that kind of growth. Another a myth that I heard was that apartment buildings are going to draw people from all over the place, from other towns and just increase. Well, a lot of the people who live in the buildings are from Norwalk. They're retirees, empty nesters, people right out of college. The buildings are great. And I want to just share one quick little story of people a couple I know who are in their 70s who were going to move to Florida after they sold their house in Westport. They moved into they said, well, let's just go look at the curb. They moved into the curb. They signed a lease that day. They got a big apartment, a 2-bedroom apartment. They're paying $3,000 a month. It's not cheap, but compared to their house, they're saving money. They love it. They feel young again. They swim every day in the pool in the summer, and they go out every night and they have cocktails with their neighbors. Their next door neighbor is an engineer from the Middle East, and he works at ASML up in Wilton, which is hiring hundreds, if not thousands of people as they've expanded. And they love it. They said this changed everything. They cannot believe the lifestyle that they have at the curb. And I'm saying this because a lot of people tend to demonize renters. We heard from several people that renters don't pay taxes, that only homeowners pay taxes. That is false. That is completely false. Renters pay more in tax, just as we've learned tonight, per square foot than single family homes. So the idea, and I counted them, I took very copious notes. At least 6 people said that the homeowners were paying for the renters in town, and that is false. It is these renters who don't use as many services, who are paying taxes. They don't have as many children in the school system, of course. And so they're subsidizing the single family homes, not the other way around. So I wanted to dispel that myth. And there's plenty of data to support that. And those are the myths I want to talk. Then someone talked about, this is not an urban area, this is a suburban area. That's a false dichotomy. East Norwalk is a hybrid, urban and suburban. It always was. And those words are not helpful in this debate. East Norwalk had hat factories, huge hat factories, had defense industry. And Fran DeMeglio, former planning chair who grew up in East Norwalk, she had a comment to be made when she passed the, hold on one second, I gotta check my notes here, sorry. But the East Norwalk Village TOD zone, when she passed it, she said she remembers when East Norwalk was bustling, when the factories were all employing thousands of people. It was crowded, it was traffic everywhere. The restaurants had lines out the door. She goes, it was really bustling. So she was an East Norwalk resident, I should say, lifelong. And Fran was planning chair for many years, straight shooter. Her sister owns Tootie's restaurant in Westport, and many of you know it. I mean, she's salt of the earth. She voted for that. And so the claim that's made that East Norwalk residents didn't support this is not true, because we also had another East Norwalk resident on the zoning commission who also voted for it, Joe Pizarro, who owned Claffs, grew up in East Norwalk, said East Norwalk is not a village anymore, and it needs to be a village. That's what this project does. So those are just 2 examples of East Norwalk residents who supported it. So I reject any claim that's made by anyone who says the East Norwalk community did not support this. And because there were plenty of people that did. And I think that is just kind of an outrageous claim to make. But But let me talk about East Norwalk for a minute, the history of it. It was a streetcar suburb. And the word suburb does not mean suburbs like car-oriented suburb. Streetcar suburb was a way the city grew. We had a streetcar system that opened up in the 1890s and was shut down, unfortunately, in 1935. There was a streetcar, we called them trolleys in Norwalk. Turns out where Discala, the developer here, the applicant, actually renovated and turned the trolley barn on Wall Street into a restaurant, Ahi, and I think his offices are upstairs. So he restored that trolley barn. But the trolley system went all over Norwalk, and the city developed around it at a huge rate, a 20 to 30% a decade. These streetcars, that's how people got around. They didn't have cars necessarily. They started buying them, but the streetcars, Broad River, all the way up Ward Avenue, Main Avenue, went up to a Winnapock line, went out to Rowayton. Rowayton was a streetcar suburb. These were inner suburbs that were dense, very dense. And East Norwalk was built up. Marvin Beach was developed by a greedy developer, as someone has been calling the developers and the applicants this, which I think is completely unfair. But because greedy developers built probably every house that every one of us is living in, or apartment or whatever. Developers build housing. And a developer built my house. It was built in 1891. The owner of my house hired a developer to build the house. And it was in the Victorian era when Norwalk was expanding. So the Marvin Beach, for example, was built in 1914, right through the 1930s, as a streetcar suburb. The streetcars went right past didn't go down Cemetery, but it came down East Avenue, turned on Van Zandt, went back into South Norwalk, and then there was another streetcar line that went out Seaview Avenue, turned on Cove, and went out to 5th Street, and went to what was called Dolan's Point, which is where Shore and Country Club is. And the ad for the Marvin Beach development was built by a developer. The ad says, take the Dorland Point trolley to come out to see the land. I have no idea how those people felt when they bought a house that was serviced by a streetcar and they took it up. But when these factories that were in the middle of East Norwalk had like the Hat Factory of America, I think that's 230 East Avenue now, that had 3,000 employees, 1,000 people a shift were released out. They went on streetcars, they went out into the streets. It was busy, it was crazy. What you see now is a hollowed out version of what East Norwalk used to be. And that's what this project helps restore. That is what the whole initiative of the TOD zone. And you're going to get, no one talked about the economic impacts of the benefits, the consumer spending of the residents, but it averages about 25,000 a household. It goes up to 50,000, depending on the size of the unit per year. So that's millions of dollars in consumer spending, local restaurants, local businesses that employ thousands of local people. I mean, all of this by bringing the rental buildings that are going in are shot in the arm of the local economy. And besides all the tax benefits. And so I am going to support this project. I wanted you to just know that little bit of history of East Norwalk. And I wanted to, I've already addressed the safety issue. I want to talk about a little bit about density because there's a fear of density. It's kind of, it seems to be in our society, but certainly we heard from a lot of people who were just afraid of density. I live in a TOD zone, but it was organically grown, not planned that way, in South Norwalk, Golden Hill. Everybody walks to the train. We are very dense, about as dense as this project represents. If you look down Flax Hill, Taylor, and Fairfield Avenues, there's one dense development after another right next to each other, literally right next to each other. These are places are 20, 30, 40 units, but on 100 feet of street frontage. You can see they're long and narrow. And so I have like 3,000 apartments within 5 blocks of my house. And that does not include South Norwalk at the bottom of the hill. This is up in our neighborhood. We have no gridlock. We have no gridlock at peak hours. So I don't know what people are talking about when they say the 20 cars an hour that are going to come on this project are going to create gridlock. it's just not based in fact. It's based in fear. As Walter Briggs said to me, don't vote ever on fear, vote on facts. I want to say, I want to look at Waypoint. Waypoint has 650 units. They're building 400 more right now in the Pinnacle, but there's another 400 units historically on Berkeley. So that's about 1,000 units that exists now. I drive every morning down by Waypoint and I drive down West Avenue. I don't sit in gridlock because nobody leaves at the same, everybody doesn't leave at the same time like the old days of shift work where everybody went to the office or everybody went to the factory. That doesn't happen anymore. That's why you don't see these crippling traffic from these units, from these apartment buildings. The way that somebody described 100 extra cars are going to be clogging the streets of East Norwalk. As if all the cars of this project were going to go out at the same time, honk their horns, wave their arms out the window and say, we're here, we're from One Cemetery Street, and we're here to destroy your life. I mean, that's kind of the image, the fear and anger that comes from this. And that is just not based in reality. I want to talk about the Avalon Norden that was opposed with a petition with hundreds of names back in 2010. That project was, the petition was, we don't want residential at Norden, we want industrial. If you can believe that, because 10 years later, we had that other project. By the way, ENNA did an amazing job of getting the word out and notifying everyone about the warehouse project. And everybody was equally alarmed about that. And I think they deserve credit for having raised that. And in that case, the traffic study was believed because you just looked at it, it was a lot of trucks day and night. So but the Norden Avalon, that was a 240 unit building, 3 times the size of this project we're talking about. That had a ribbon cutting. I remember it was in 2013, the spring of 2013. I knew the person, it wasn't ENNA at the time, it was there was another person involved who got the petition together. And I saw him, he was a friend of mine, sort of a friend, acquaintance, let's say. I knew him, I saw him, I said, are you gonna go to the ribbon cutting in a couple of weeks? And it was a sarcastic comment I made because I knew he wasn't going. He goes, oh no, when that building opens, it's gonna be apocalyptic on Strawberry Hill Avenue. He lived right around the corner. What he didn't know is that the building was 90% occupied. They were doing the ribbon cutting after the building was fully occupied so that people would come to the party. And the party was great. I went, they had a band and they had food, it was catered. But the building was 90% occupied and the person who opposed it didn't even know it because the building set back. So you couldn't see the moving vans from Triangle Street or that's called Norden Place. Right there, turns into Triangle. But anyway, he couldn't see all the moving vans moving and he didn't know it was 90% occupied. He didn't even notice that the building was fully occupied. And I just remember that. And I always wanted to tell that story that the impacts of these buildings are always overblown by opponents because when they actually do open, they have very little impact. We have the Pearl in South Norwalk, 66 units, Ironworks, 108 units. When those opened, South Norwalk didn't get crippled with traffic. You never see it. It's just because people are just dribbling out in dribs and drabs in the morning. As Attorney Blank said, every 20 minutes, there's going to be one car from this project. So all of that. And then one last thing. The idea that 3.5-story buildings make canyons. I'm sorry, I just don't see that. I don't relate to it. I can't even picture it. 3.5-story buildings do not create canyons. Stonington, Connecticut is not canyons of buildings. Nobody's ever compared it to Manhattan. Mystic, Connecticut, Nantucket. Nobody says these are canyons of buildings. And there is if you want to call it a canyon, there's one right around the corner on Winfield. The 2 buildings that were actually shown in by Attorney Blank. I had no idea they were going to show those, but those 2 buildings, they're Vanderbilt buildings on both sides. The one looks like 2 stories, but it's really 3.5. It's got a berm in front of it, the modern one, and the brick one on the other side. If you want to look at what a canyon of 3.5-story buildings is, go by there. I don't think you've ever noticed. I don't think anybody's ever been disturbed by it. And then right across the cemetery is a 3.5-story building, Ludlow Commons, that is the same scale as this building. So when I see the sign scale it back, this is going to be out of scale. It's going to tower over the neighborhood. It's going to create shadows on the cemetery. I'm sorry, that just is not based in reality. That is based in fear. And I respect that, but it is not a fact. You don't make canyons out of 3.5-story buildings. And that was a big part of the petition, which used fear and anger to get people to sign it. It was a big part of the letters that we got. I mean, anyway, I respect it, but I don't see it. And I'm going to vote on facts, the facts on the record. And that is, for me, a yes vote for this project. And I think once it's built, if it gets passed, I have no idea how anybody else is voting. We don't do straw polls here. I have no idea. This thing could fail for all I know. But if it passes, I have a feeling it's going to have the same impact that all the other buildings that everybody was afraid of. 230 East Avenue, 189 units, a block away, has had very little. I stood out there at rush hour. I saw 3 cars coming in and 3 cars going out for an hour. I was like, what apocalypse happened from 230 East Avenue? And that, by the way, E&A wanted an industrial site there, a heavy industrial site. And I cannot believe that, but that's what they wanted over this community of great people that now live there. So I'm voting yes when we get around to the vote, but I wanted to just give my little TED talk here, and I appreciate your patience. Thank you.
Thanks, Mike. I think the first thing I want to say actually is to the members of the commission. And that is, we need to keep in mind, we're not free agents. If we don't like this project, we think it's ugly. If we love this project, it's irrelevant. We have a series of criteria by which we judge these applications. If, excuse me, if a development meets those criteria, we have very little flexibility in terms of what we do. If it does not meet the criteria, the same is true. And we need to keep that in mind as we discuss this project. And I think toward that end, I am only going to quickly go through some of those criteria. One of them being density and bulk. If you were on the commission, you know that we passed new regulations that under special permit allowed buildings within this area to be up to 3.5 stories. You can argue that you don't agree with that, but it is a fact. One of the reasons we did that, and let me give you some bona fides here. When I moved to Norwalk 53 years ago, the first place I lived was on Gregory Boulevard, right near the traffic light. And in the mornings in the summer, you could hear the motorcycles revving their engines at the traffic light there before going off to the beach. I moved from there to Howard Avenue, right behind a project that we denied on Howard Avenue, and then after it was redesigned, approved. So I'm familiar with East Norwalk. I lived there for many years. My first child was born in our house on Howard Avenue. So in terms of density and bulk, We specifically changed the regulations to encourage development of the area. Again, I moved here 53 years ago. There has been almost no development in East Norwalk during that period of time. We've had, I guess, a couple of pharmacies moved in. Howard Johnson's is gone, as are the stores that used to populate Ludlow Square. There was a wonderful place called the Pork Store that my wife and I used to frequent. That's all gone. So these regulations were intended to allow and encourage the possibility of development, since it doesn't seem to be happening under what were the existing zoning regulations. In terms of traffic flow, I think not just the consultants, but our own independent consultant believes that this will have stable traffic flow. The developer is open to the possibility of 1 lane of traffic, 2 lanes of traffic, whatever TMC and the state of Connecticut tells them they should do. In terms of mass transit, and I take this sort of personally, the developer talked about the train system. In fact, there is a bus that goes right in front of this development and goes down to the beach. Adam, I'm going to hold that against you. In terms of utilities, there really is no issue. It's fully served by the utility services. In terms of the adverse impacts that you talk about, there will be some of those, obviously during construction. That's the nature of construction. It's not reasonable to judge this project on the basis of that period of construction. But things like noise, odor, fumes, dust, the developer will be required to minimize those during construction. It's almost impossible to completely eliminate them. But once it's constructed, those both for the existing residents and the new residents moving in, nobody wants any of those things to occur. Again, existing land use in the area, there are several examples of buildings of that height, between 3 and 3.5 stories. Again, proximity to community facilities. I mean, you could roll out of bed, and there are a number of churches you could attend, as well as restaurants. Of course, the beach, by the way, a facility that I use literally every week. Again, compliance with zoning code. We changed the zoning code to make something like this possible. And I tend to agree with Attorney Blank that that has a lot to do with what the neighbors are complaining about. They're not happy with that change. And compliance with the POCD. POCD strongly supports just this kind of development. And conservation of the wetlands. There will be some improvements in the water quality in the pond, and some ongoing protections for the environment as part of the project. So unless I hear strong arguments to the contrary, I would be inclined to support this project.
Just to add on that, Lou, I think where I'm getting out here is in support. Look, like you said, we've made the TOD and these changes.
Can you speak?
Oh, sorry. I was saying, I generally agree with you, Lou, and everything that you're saying, and we made these changes in order to support housing growth. Everyone on here knows we're in a housing crisis, and I'm excited that we're actually adding to the stock. Talk about an environmentally good plan. It's a parking lot now that's going to be turned into something that is beneficial to the whole community. And then finally, to get people actually out of cars, we have to increase the density. We're not going to get traffic down to zero, but it's to get people's little trips to be cut down. To people who live there, don't need to get in their car to go to Starbucks for coffee, but to walk out and actually get people on the ground more. And I think this project is wholly in line with what we're envisioning and wanting to achieve in that area.
Anna, comments? Speak into the mic, please, otherwise they can't hear you.
Sorry, just to make sure I understand, do we all have to comment? No? Okay. And I don't know who is allowed to talk or answer questions at this point, but I was wondering if we could get any sort of an update on the resident parking permit thing that was discussed as part
I'm
of
afraid
TOD?
we can't.
I need to
This
respond to
this is limited to our conversation.
Okay.
I'm allowed to comment though.
Yes.
If you let me.
Yeah, no,
At your
that's
discretion.
fine. Go ahead.
Yeah, I don't have an update. We've talked about it internally, I think as was mentioned. But it has- Sorry. We've had internal conversations about that, but it hasn't moved at all. I'm happy to bring it up next time we have a staff.
Anna, we can include that in the resolution. We can't force action on it, but we can make the recommendation within the resolution to include that.
Yeah, I think that was, I mean, I understand that this decision is about this specific application and how it complies with the requirements, but I think in speaking about how this application is in line with the concepts behind the POCD, TOD, and EVTZ, I think a big part of the TOD and EVTC discussions was about the residential parking permits. I am concerned that the number of spaces may not be sufficient for guests, for retail, if there really truly is meaningful retail. I wonder about ways to ensure that the public access, the public seating area in the public park is not taken over by any seating attached to whatever that retail ends up being. I don't know, there's a number of things about this project that I really like. I'm not as concerned about some of the things that my neighbors are. You know, full disclosure, I live like 2 blocks from this project. I think I'm still allowed to, as long as I say that. I don't know, I went to the training. But I do still have some concerns with how it'll impact the neighborhood and fit in with the neighborhood. And I think the residential parking passes is a key part of that. I wouldn't say that's my only concern, but my main concern.
Thank you. JJ.
Yes, I do have some concerns, but I also have some support. I walk through East Norwalk all the time on my way to the beach. Absolutely love it. I can see spaces and places that can be improved. And I listened intently to the hearing. People came out to speak about the suburban nature of East Norwalk, the ideal, how it was ideal, how they put their houses, 50, 60 years ago, watched their children grow up, and now want to keep East Norwalk the way that it was, that they remember from their youth or from, 40 years ago. And that would be great, but it's just not reality. I live in South Norwalk, and I know that anybody here who's lived in Norwalk for longer than 10 years, 20 years, can see the transformation. And that's just going to happen all over the city, all over the state. And as Nick pointed out, we are in need of housing. And the population is growing and they need a place to live. And I'm always in support of more housing stock, diverse housing stock, more housing options. And I feel that this small, I mean, you say scale it back, but in comparison to what is going up in South Norwalk, this is miniature. This is really miniature. So I'm in support and hoping that it will blend in with the future scope of the neighborhood. And the injection of more people coming in will add to the character of it, as well as invest as far as, resources, and makes East Norwalk more thriving, bring more money to it.
Richard?
Yes, two things I want to say. The first is, for the record, I did watch the YouTube video of the speaker that I missed right before the break, Ms. Scarpelli. And then the second thing I want to say is that had I gone first, I would have done a line by line of the special permit requirements as our chairman did, but I'm not going to do it again, except to say that I do agree with basically everything that our chairman said, and that I will be voting in favor of it.
Galen?
I agree. Like Richard, I am not going to go back over what you already said, Lou, and what Mike said. I thought Mike's presentation was really, really good. I am in favor of this. I think that the people in South Norwalk who are afraid of it, East Norwalk who are afraid of it, will find that it's adds to their neighborhood and is not a detriment to the neighborhood. So I am totally in favor of it and will vote yes.
Darius?
Muted, Darius.
Muted, Darius.
Sorry. Excuse me. Yes. So at our last meeting, I was unable to make it. I had COVID, and I have reviewed most of the footage, but I have some left to review, so I will not be able to render a vote.
Okay, we appreciate it. We appreciate that. You're honest. Tammy?
Yes, thank you, Lou. I have a lot of mixed emotions about this project. I think that the applicant has done an excellent job of trying to answer many concerns. And I also feel
You got muted, Tammy.
We lose Tammy?
No,
Tammy, you're still
Tammy,
muted.
you're still.
sorry, yeah,
here.
okay, can you hear me?
Now we can, yes.
Okay, yes, sorry, my program just switched to unmute mode. Anyway, I would like to say that I think this applicant has done a very good job, and in general, I think the quality of their projects has been good. They're interesting. They don't just try to make one massive monolithic structure. But I hear the pain of the people in East Norwalk that live south of 1 Cemetery Street. They want to get to and from their homes like everybody else, and they're concerned that, you add a building with 77 units, it's just going to add more traffic. We hear the traffic goes too fast, then we hear there's too much traffic. If the traffic is going fast, well, then that would say to me that it's moving through. I'm going to have to trust the engineers on the 1 lane versus 2 lane in front of Cemetery Street. I drive through that way all the time to go on Old Saugatuck Road. And, it's a little bit the Wild West, perhaps. And I I think narrowing it would slow things down, but I also think it's really important to keep the traffic moving there. I personally would have liked to have seen the traffic counts done in the summer. I respect the engineers, and they say they can, kind of create these narratives of having traffic patterns in the summer. They can create them, but somehow I'm not sure that really answers it. If you live in East Norwalk and you're trying to get to I-95, I know people that live further down on Gregory Boulevard, and they say it takes them 25 minutes just to get to the highway every morning. Is this one cemetery street going to add so much more to that? Probably not. The traffic already exists. I think the city needs to do some more traffic engineering and figure out how to make that area by the train station more flowing and a better experience for all vehicular and pedestrian traffic and bicycles that go through there. I like that the applicant really tried to make this building not look like one big monolithic thing. I give them a lot of credit for that. But I really listened to the people in East Norwalk. They're upset. They feel like their neighborhood is getting dumped on, and they're scared about Norton Place. They're scared about other development. Really, the cemetery area is not the most attractive right at the moment, and I think this building would bring it up. However, I still have a lot of concern, so I will vote as I vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Tammy. I believe everyone's has had an opportunity to speak.
I want to go on record by
Go ahead.
saying that I am looking forward to the infrastructure improvements to the sidewalks for commuters, pedestrians, and making the the East Norwalk station more thriving.
Okay, thank you.
Well, I'm sorry, Lou, could I add one more thing, please?
Sure, go ahead, Tammy.
Yes, thank you. I know a lot of millennials, and they all have 2 cars. And as much as I'm a walker, I don't feel that 1 car per 77 units is really going to suffice. And I also think that the other larger apartment buildings that have built in Norwalk are not very successful in getting retail space in them. They don't activate the sidewalk. They just are empty. And I don't buy that, even though I wouldn't want those businesses to be successful, but I don't think that there is a lot of street activation. And I still think there's probably going to be a shortage of parking, even though the experts might say otherwise. But from my own experience in knowing millennial couples, they all have 2 cars. Thank you.
Thank you. We can have further discussion, but I'd like to get.
Sorry, Lou, I have one thing to add, Lou. Mike Mushak here. Lou?
Go ahead, Mike.
Sorry, I just want to, I forgot to say one thing. I was trying to go fast, and I apologize if it seemed like I was rushing through, but I didn't want to take up too much time. But one of the important things I wanted to say was that in 2008, when Mayor Moshe appointed me originally, that I wasn't a planning or zoning commissioner since then. I've been that long. I took 5 years off in the middle. Then I came back, I think in 2017, but or 2018. But initially in 2008, when I was sworn in by the city clerk, Mary Roman. And Mary, a lot of people remember her. Tomorrow is the 3rd year anniversary of her passing from COVID. That was early in the pandemic. Mary was 20 years city clerk. She was Republican, held on by a Democratic mayor, which was not traditional. Mayor Knopp kept her on in 2001 for his 2 terms. She continued under Mayor Moshe. I knew her well. She went to my church, and I went whale watching with her in Provincetown, went on a church retreat. And I was with her when she saw her first whale, which was a moment I will never forget. So I just wanted to have a little brief moment for Mary and the other 1.15 million people in America and the 7 million people around the world who have passed. And I'm so glad to see you, Darius, having recovered from this. Certainly the disease is not as bad as it was in the early days, but we're just learning how to talk about this and process this in our society. And when I just think back at what it was like 3 years ago when Mary passed, we couldn't believe it. We had a cluster in our church. It was in the front page of the hour. It was a coffee hour, which was a moment of love and companionship and fellowship, turned into a venue of death. I mean, we lost 4 people in our church from coffee hour. That's where everybody thought it probably had gotten spread. And Mary was one of them. And anyway, for Mary, who was a world champion, shot put world record, senior athlete, 300 awards, well known. I just want 5 seconds of silence. Thank you.
Now, can I have a motion to bring up the resolution? And Steve, can you do that for us?
Brian's gonna handle it.
Oh, okay, Brian, can you bring up the resolution?
I'm not touching.
I did, but I don't know.
It's okay, just
Luke, can I ask a question?
So that,
I just want to get this up.
yeah, no,
Then
sure.
absolutely.
Yeah, okay.
so there's 2 separate resolutions, one based for the intervener letter. So I suppose I'll bring that one up first, since that should be the first order of business.
Okay,
I'll make the motion to approve so we can move on with and discuss the,
so if the intervener is coming up first, let's deal with that.
okay.
Can you enlarge that, Brian? Thank you. Now, Steve had sent out information about interveners. Diane Cece, representing ENA, is the intervener, and it's perfectly appropriate and right for her to do that. That is not an issue. But in reviewing the materials from Corporation Counsel's office and reviewing the petition to intervene, my view is that, as it says here, now therefore be resolved, Planning and Zoning Commission upon public hearing, duly noticed and held, and following review of the record, does not believe that the application as submitted will have the effect of unreasonably polluting, impairing, or destroying the public trust in the air, water, or other natural resource of the state. It's my view that that is a correct statement. And is there a motion to approve this resolution?
I'll move to approve it.
Second.
Okay, I'm sorry, who?
Galen.
Galen. Okay, Galen moved and Nick seconded. Let's do a roll call as we're required to.
Sure, and I'll start with the virtual attendees. Ms. Wells,
Yes.
Mr. Mushak,
Yes.
Ms. Langalis,
Yes.
Mr. Tabachnik,
No.
Mr. Cantor,
Yes.
Mr. Rowena,
Yes.
Ms. Jordan Byron,
Yes.
and Mr. Schulman.
Yes,
Okay, that's 7-1. 7-1.
right, okay. Now let's pull up that second resolution. Thank you, Brian. Again, can you enlarge that for us?
And Mr. Chairman, there are some things, as you move down through this, there are some yellow highlighted areas that were left for your decision, how you want to.
Okay.
word it. But we can-
And why don't you point out for the public's interest, the red areas?
Sure, so the red area is just a revision from the prior document, so these are items, I think they were added a week or so ago. Some of them modified a little bit based on conversations with TMP. Just
In that second, whereas that's right, do we want to input the notion of including the bike, where the bike lane is positioned should also be part of that review and consideration?
on that one right where Brian's highlighting.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can add the bike lane. Yep. I think it might be, if you're agreeable, adding about the loading spaces as well. We can put that in there.
I'm sorry,
The consideration of
Additional loading
space.
spaces.
Well, the delivery trucks.
Yeah.
Because they already have a loading dock in the back.
Yeah, on Cemetery Street. Yeah. Because I don't think ultimately that will be a decision for the traffic authority as well. So I don't think we can say it has to happen. I think we
Right.
can Suggest they look at it and let them come up with the best.
Seems reasonable.
Best plan.
Bus stop. Thank you.
I'm a little bit concerned professionally on the bus stop. That would cost 5 to 6 parking spaces all by itself in order for the bus to safely get in there. So I have a problem with that. I don't know how others feel about it.
Isn't there?
Lou, I agree with you. This is Tammy. Lou, sorry, I agree with you, Lou. I think that's very difficult. The on-street parking is going to be bad enough, and now we're trying to add a bus and add for vans. I think it's kind of defeating the purpose. Thank you.
Yeah, JJ?
I was stating that.
Lou? Lou, this is Galen. Where does the bus stop now?
Yeah, I think there's a bus stop on East Avenue and maybe on Gregory Boulevard, although I don't know where. I've been away from it now for almost 8 years.
So it stops nearby. So if residents want to get on the bus, they would walk like a half a block or a block or two to get on the bus, right?
Right.
So that gives pretty reasonable access to the bus, to the residents of this.
Well, are we
Basically
then
where the train
comfortable removing the bus stop from this portion of the resolution?
Well, I would like to leave it in just to let them look at it. They can just deny it. It's no big deal. It's just a recommendation, right? Or a suggestion. I mean, I agree with you, Lou. It might take up 5 or 6 spaces, but even then, it would be a marked area that would be, that we're going to encourage people to take buses and not have cars. This is the place for a bus stop right in front of the building, I think. I mean, I would guess, especially for anybody with disabilities, if they wanted to, go to the beach, somebody with mobility issues, children. I mean, there's a whole list of reasons why I think the bus stop there could be good if it could be worked in. But
In my view, I disagree, but in my view, this is not worth a fight.
no, in my view, it's not worth any more time. But I would say, but that's why I would say leave it in.
Anybody have any feelings about this? I mean, this is.
I don't think we need, I'm not going to bother even asking for a vote on it. If you want to take it out, that's fine. I'll sneak it in somewhere later if I have to.
Go ahead, leave it in. Let's move down. All right, let's keep going. Keep going. Okay, let's take a look at these.
Yeah, so on Roman numeral 1 through 3, you'll see just some, that you guys have to make a decision on. So one, whether you think if they're, does that, you want to leave that up to staff or do you want that to come back for your second look? Roman numeral 1, C1.
Well, does this mean, Steve, that the developer supports this? Because that's the way it reads to me.
Correct. I think the applicant had indicated during their rebuttal statements that if it was deemed necessary that they would provide a secondary exit from the site, which would be a right turn only on the cemetery.
Well, that's different from saying they support it.
I think that their position would be that they feel the project doesn't need it, but if it's the determination of the city and or DOT that they will comply with that.
Well, then why don't we say subject to requirement from CONDOT?
Well, that's what I think it says in number 1, subject to approval from Connecticut DOT.
That's different, no.
Subject to requirement.
Yeah, requirements, because that says it's being
Didn't Marissa say
dictated.
that
I got
a second term could actually increase safety issues?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm really dead set against another exit because it's just another curb cut. Not only that, it's just, for cars, it's dangerous. Because I think for drivers coming out onto, even with a single lane, it's still gonna be, a lot of traffic coming down Cemetery Street. And it's better to have the visibility at the bottom of the hill than halfway up, I think.
I think the final call is going to be DOT's call, regardless of what we're all saying, but I think.
Okay, that's fine. Now I think you have language that's at least acceptable to me. If CONDOT requires it, then.
I'm sure they won't, but that's fine, leave it in.
Okay.
When staff reviews this, do you do this in conjunction with the city's traffic consultant?
Correct. They're the ones probably taking the technical lead on that part of it, yes.
So if we're going to be voting on whether we are going to make that decision or staff is going to make that decision, I would propose that staff makes that decision.
So just to clarify though, the question is about what the facade impacts are as a result of that. That makes sense. So the idea is if they have to do a secondary exit mid-block on Cemetery Street from the building, they're going to have to cut out a garage opening on the ground floor. So there would be a ramp. So do you want to see what that looks like, or you want to leave that to staff to say it looks fine?
No, I want to see what it looks like.
Okay, that's fine with me. I didn't, that's why I left it open.
Okay, so leave it, that's fine.
Okay, what was the consensus?
I don't have any problem with the next two. It's not, it's not something that I suspect is important to the community, but it does lessen the profile of the building in some small way, make it appear slightly shorter.
So what does this mean? We translate, do we have a picture of this?
No, not yet. So I think the two corner buildings, how they connect to the eastern and or westernmost next building in from them. The idea is to try to lessen that mass a little bit, so it's just not so bulky. Yeah, because when you look at that, Brian, are you able to pull up the front elevation? I know you probably don't have that handy, but maybe he can do that while I'm talking. So that the front piece of the building facade, when you're looking at it from the north profile, the two corner buildings, how they connect, it's not monolithic, but it's very linear and broad.
So why not leave that decision to the commission?
It's fine, we can bring that back. Maybe we just had the other image you had, Brian. That was just up there.
Well, that in essence is a scale it back.
No, it wouldn't be, it wouldn't impact the, wouldn't
I'm
impact.
saying that that's a good thing. I mean,
Yeah, it is a scale back in terms of the mass.
It's visual.
It's a visual.
well,
Exactly.
that's a no-brainer. I would say yes to that for sure.
Well, I think we'd like to see it.
This is Tammy, and I think that a lot of the residents in East Norwalk really wanted the building scaled back, both from the front and from the back, because the people that are on the other side of the Mill Pond are going to be looking at the back of this rather large structure.
Yes.
All right, can you explain it from here, Steve?
Sure, unfortunately can't point to it because Brian's got the control.
That's
So
okay.
if you're looking at the left-hand side of the screen where there's that elevator shaft, just to the right of that, just to the right of that, Brian, that just right below where you're at. That block of that roof line is it kind of adds a lot to the mass. So one item I had talked with Bob Griswatz about is there a way to kind of reduce that and lessen the visual impact of that? So I think is a way to do that. And it's the same thing on the other end of the building, just at a slightly smaller scale. It doesn't impact the size of the project or the density of the project. It just kind of lowers the visual impact.
Okay, so let's do that subject to our review.
Okay, so it'd be the same language, Brian, that we used previously. So I think basically they would come back and show you some revised drawings just to get your okay.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's fine.
And I'd like to just add, sorry to interject here, but to Tammy's point, it's a good point about the scale, certainly from the back. And I want to just repeat the topo map that was shown by the applicant's rebuttal earlier, that the buildings, there's a bluff around Mill Pond. And so all the buildings that are there now are sitting up on a high bank. It's on the topo map, it actually shows it as 20 feet elevation above sea level, but it was mentioned that it was 10 feet. So I think it's between 10 and 20 feet. But essentially the buildings around, the existing buildings all around Mill Pond are going to be roughly at the same height as the top of this building. So it's not going to loom above them. And I think there was a lot of misconception on that, just because of the topography of this site is lower than the two banks of Mill Pond that stretch down to, down to where Overton's is, that end, the south end.
So so Brian's just correcting that. So it'd be the same language for Roman numeral 2.
Exactly.
And you can see that on what's that called? The Pastime Club is like a 2.5 or 3-story building, but it's on a big bluff. So it essentially is the height of like a 5-story building from street level. But essentially the grade is adding a lot to the height of the building as seen from the street. That's what happens from this building when you're looking out Mill Pond. All the buildings are going to be higher as a result, even though Pastime Club is not on Mill Pond. I'm not saying it is. I'm just saying that's an example that everybody could relate to probably as you drive past. It's a building that's up high and the equivalent of probably like at least a 4 or 5-story building.
Brian, bring us down.
So number 9, similar question. You want to leave? There was.
I don't have a problem with the staff approving that.
Yeah, my only concern with that is like I remember everybody said like the coloring versus the imagery, just making sure it's somewhat in line with what they're saying they're actually doing, so it doesn't look like, all of a sudden it becomes all pale all of a sudden.
Exactly.
Yeah, and if you want to specify that as a condition, we can.
Yeah, I would condition just saying like the coloration, like you guys get a color, you guys get a physical board of, the colors and approve that.
So do you want like a condition on building colors to be consistent? I mean, it's not going to be 100% because it's a.
Right.
No, again, of course, but there was a page in there one of their decks that showed what the board should look like. My only concern there, Steve, is just, it is beautiful in the watercolors. We all know it's not gonna look exactly like it does in the watercolors. I would be so disappointed if it ended up being, you know, just a pale
Right.
building.
It's being marketed as New England. And so we want it to reflect its name.
Right.
You know, we don't want it to be industrial.
Brian, you want to move us down again?
However you want to word that, Steve.
Okay.
So the next one is the question whether you would want condition 6 to be by itself, or in lieu of 6, go with condition 7, 8, 9. They basically are the same wording, but the 6 is kind of combining 7, 8, 9. So you could delete 6 and leave 7, 8, 9, or delete 7, 8, 9 and keep 6.
Staff have a preference?
No, that's why I left it to you. Sorry.
It's usually easier to understand things when they're broken apart.
Yeah, I was just thinking the same thing when it's bullet pointed out. So it's like, you know, number 6 is all commingled and it's.
They're just
easy to-
different,
to
though.
move to interpretation.
7, 8, and 9 are different than what is embedded within 6.
Yeah.
Delete.
I'm comfortable with the staff referring it to us if you feel it's necessary.
Yeah, I think the intent was if there is any proposed change that's going to impact the bulk and mass of the building, that it should come back.
Right.
If like a small change to the landscape plan happens, we don't think that.
I think that's right.
Exactly.
That's what we're trying to get at.
Okay.
So, okay, I think Brian delete 6, I guess.
All right, let's move down again.
So these number 20 changed somewhat based on, because initially the proposal was to shrink cemetery to 1 lane, have the parking spaces. I think the kind of direction we went with, let's not make that decision now. If DOT says, you know, we agree that the lane should be shrunk to a single lane, then we can review the applicant will then at that point install the parking spaces on Cemetery Street, as well as any other associated improvements similar to what would happen at the intersection of Gregory and Cemetery if they decide you have to go with option 1 versus option 2, or they say don't do the mid-block and do those, then those improvements have to get incorporated based on what DOT says.
Okay. I'm okay with those 2. Let's move again. Okay.
And H is crossed out, but that could, again, it's not definitive because we don't know what DOT is going to say.
Right.
We could put, remove the cross out and qualify it. That should Connecticut DOT require that. That might be a better way to go.
I just want to add, reiterate to the public who's listening, the sidewalk width in F is not a 5-foot sidewalk. It's an 8-foot sidewalk with a 5-foot minimum clearance between any amenities, including street trees. So because I heard in one of the comments, someone was upset with a 5-foot sidewalk, but it's actually 8 feet, you know, when you include but you're including an amenity zone.
Should we modify each?
Yeah, why not?
Okay. You got that, Brian? So it's basically if DOT requires
Exactly.
the intersection improvements. And we can massage the language tomorrow. if we have to.
Shouldn't it say TMP as well?
Yeah, that's probably a good idea.
Yeah, because this is gonna be a joint effort.
I guess it applies everywhere where DOT is
Okay.
mentioned.
Yeah, it's a given, but still.
All right, let's go down again.
On 24, life of the project, I assume that just implies the life of the building, not just the current ownership or anything like that.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah, so
typical-
as long as that building in sight.
Exists.
Right,
That's
that's
definitionally,
typical.
we're fine.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, if they demo the building 30 years. from
Oh,
now-
yeah, no,
Right.
no, I just meant they sell it and they're like,
Right.
someone goes back to the project is over.
Okay, let's go down again. Okay, that's it.
Okay, so just to clarify, we are adding we wanted to add a condition about the building color to be consistent with the renderings and the color board materials, right?
Right. Any further discussion?
Yeah, Mike here. I believe all of our buildings approved by planning and zoning need to have full cutoff lighting. But do we need to put that in here to just support that? Because full cutoff lighting is lighting that only shines down and not out, to put it very
Mike,
simply.
I think that's really perfectly clear from the plans.
Is it in
Number
the,
one, number two, they're also going to submit a lighting plan.
Well, I wanted to just make that clear again to everyone listening that the lighting has to all be pointed down. We used to actually require that in writing years ago, because I'm one of these old timers. But then it became a given that they would not get the CO if they had any lights that were not it's called night sky compliant.
Right.
Brian, I thought we had.
Well, isn't that a requirement anyway?
Well, that's what I don't know exactly where that is, if it's in the building code or the zoning code, but I want to make sure that that's.
But I know that the language exists in, as part of the application, number one is part of the application and was reiterated both in their original presentation and it was mentioned again this evening.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's redundant.
Yeah, I just asked Brian if you could check if there was I thought there was a
That's
condition
fine.
about that in there.
Lou,
Yeah,
I swear this is my last question. Is it, I know some people had asked for us to consider trying to get this denied and built as of right at the 44 units. Is it accurate to say that if this was an as of right property with 44 units, there would likely be no public access to Mill Pond, no seating, no ground floor retail, less workforce housing, and the building could be like super ugly, like the ones that I'm sure people love, but they're, the boxes.
that's all true, but I'm not sure it belongs in the resolution.
Yeah, I know, I'm sorry.
It's half true.
It's half true.
Yeah, so
Thank
the design standards apply to all new construction. So they'd have to build a nice looking building.
Oh. okay.
Public access wouldn't be required. The workforce housing would still be required because that applies to all
10%.
multifamily housing.
Okay.
But it would
Less
be-
units,
it would be 4
We'd
units.
have 4 units versus
Right.
7.
Yeah, there wouldn't be the commercial, none of the amenities would be
Would be there.
required to be provided. The street,
Oh, are we missing
a lot of the improvements wouldn't be required to the
the
street.
parking passes, the resident parking pass?
Thank you.
As a,
Do we want- do we want-
Everybody's talking at once. Can I make a comment? Sorry, I wasn't sure.
Well,
who was
let's respond to Nick's question.
And I was talking about the resident parking pass.
Yeah.
We said, I don't know, where do we include that from a record perspective? Is it just Steve, you'll take it and talk to staff?
I think you should put it in the resolution
Yeah,
as one of the,
I
whereas.
think we should. I support that. I think that there's a person who requests it all the time. I think Roberta De Bisceglie, if I said her name right, she has been pushing for this for a long time. She's on the board of ENNA, and I certainly think this is the right time for the city to pursue this.
Go ahead, Brian. We've got the whereas. Now give us the rest of the language.
A resident parking pass system.
Yeah, the city explore the resident parking program in East Norwalk.
This is also for the people that park, they want to go into Veterans Park without paying the fee. You know, they clog this neighborhood up as well, you know, at peak times. And I've always thought that this was unfair to this neighborhood to have to take that burden.
Right, you can also add as recommended in the TOD plan, and we can get the
And
exact.
could put in like a report back in here or something, just to, or is that redundant?
No, well, I think you guys had already asked TMP to come back, or they actually offered to come
Right.
back and talk to you about
Oh,
stuff,
perfect.
stuff, but we don't have a date for that, so.
Super.
Good. All right.
And I need to go back to lighting. I'm so sorry, but I have to. A photometric plan does not, that only indicates foot candles on the ground, but that does not indicate glare at all. So what we need to do is on 10, add and after it says, well, I guess all of the sentences have and after them. Prior to the issuance of that a photometric plan be submitted, that includes, right after submitted, that includes all night sky compliant fixtures.
Dark sky, I think, right?
Dark sky.
Yeah, I could have sworn there was a condition about that, but that's fine. Yeah, it would be dark sky, fully cut off and shielded.
Yeah, because that's really important, certainly to the neighbors and to the wildlife. And if anybody wants to see what that is, when you come out of, if you're over at City Hall, you come out of City Hall parking lot, the building immediately across the street from Sunset, I think it is, the main road into City Hall, is all night sky compliant. The post lights and all the lights on the building. It's a kind of an older looking building, but it's a medical building that was put up about 10 years ago.
Okay.
And you can see what that looks like, and you don't see any light. There's no glare. All the lights shine down. And I wish every building in Norwalk had that, because it.
All right. Do we now have a resolution that we're ready to vote on? Okay, then can I have a motion to approve the resolution?
Motion to approve the resolution.
JJ has moved that we approve the resolution. Mike, I see your hand up. You want a second? Mike Mushak
Yes.
seconds. Let's do a roll call vote.
Okay, and I'll do virtual. Ms. Wells,
Yes.
Mr. Mushak,
Yes.
who else am I missing virtual?
Tammy.
Ms. Lingallis, sorry.
Opposed without prejudice.
Mr. Batchnick,
No.
Mr. Cantor,
Yes.
Mr. Rowena,
Yes.
Ms. Jordan Byron,
Yes.
and Mr. Schulman.
Yes.
6-2.
Okay. It's late. We're not going to address C and D tonight. Comments of the director?
No, since it's late, I will. Just remember, April 4th is the zoning.
Is that Zoom or in person?
That's virtual.
Virtual, fantastic.
I'm not gonna be available.
Okay, you can watch. I don't think you're gonna miss much from that.
I'm gonna be on vacation.
Oh.
You're not here.
Comments of commissioners? I'd like to thank everyone including the audience, for their patience over 3 meetings to hear everybody on this. And with that,
I want to say one thing actually now, is that in the second hearing night, the second speaker, first and second speakers, as I recall, were speaking in favor of the project, and they were laughed at by the audience. And I just found that to be really uncivil. And if there was anyone else in the audience who wanted to speak in favor, I think they may have been intimidated by that kind of behavior. And so I was waiting for an apology perhaps from ENNA about that kind of uncivil behavior, but none came. So I just want to say that I'm really was shocked.
Mr. Chairman, I object. Mr. Mishak continues to indict ENNA in every comment that he makes. We have no control over what the public says, when they say it, and how they say it. We don't direct them, we don't censor them, and we provide guidance to the public who ask for our assistance in being able to participate in this. Mr. Mishak indicts our organization and our community every time we let him speak. And I want my objection on the record. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, and that's, I just want to say that the uncivil behavior really was unacceptable, and laughing.
Are there any other comments?
We
from the
all saw
commission?
it, we all heard it. So anyway.
okay.
I would like to make a comment, Lou, if possible. This is Tammy.
Go ahead, Tammy.
Thank you. I would just like to say that even though I voted against this project, I think the applicant did a good job, but that the city really should listen, and that many of our residents feel that projects that are being approved are too large. They want it scaled back. We're not Stanford, we are Norwalk. And I think that's an important thing for our community to listen to. And we have to try to do what they want while improving and growing the city at a reasonable pace. Thank you.
Thank you, Tammy. Can I have a motion to adjourn?
Yes.
Richard moves,
Second.
Nick seconds. We need to do a roll call, sorry. Do a speed roll call.
Speed roll call, Mr. Williams.
Absolutely, yes. And I thank everyone, no matter what role they played in this process, for the time they put in.
Mr. Mishak,
Yes.
Mr. Wells, Ms. Wells, sorry.
I think she said.
Raise hand.
Sorry, yes. Sorry.
Ms. Lane Gallis,
I'm sorry, we're voting to adjourn? I couldn't even hear the
Yes.
proposal. Yes, thank you. I approve.
and everybody
Thank
here.
you.
Approved.
Yes.
Yes. You got something.
April 4th.